Right, today is June 1st, 2021. I'm calling the meeting of the City of San Clemente City Council to order.
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
Mayor Ward,
Present.
and Councilmember Ferguson is absent. We do have one speaker card
All
from
right,
John Urbanek.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay. I wanted to come tonight and just spill some tea. It's not the time to be adversarial. It's time for our country to come together and do the job that they need to do. So I just provide you with an email at 4:18 to this evening before coming. And I want to share with you who controls our country. It's the Jesuits, the Freemasons, the Bavarian Illuminati, and the Masonic Vatican coup. Okay, that's who's in charge. They worship Satan and the Luciferians. They practice a religion called Kundalini. And I'm going to give you the points of Kundalini. That means serpent worship. It's gone on since the time of Adam and Eve. And the origin of serpent worship was the Tool secret society, Khazarian Scythians who were demon worshippers of serpents. They practiced masturbation and bestiality, child trafficking, child sacrifice, pedophilia, child marriage. They were essentially a sex cult that worshiped Satan and the Prince of Darkness demon that are on this earth. They embody the following manifestation beliefs and worship certain gods. And these are going to sound familiar to you because they're going on in our country right now. Mind control, MK Ultra, critical race theory, prosperity gospel, where all that matters is money. The thought movement, Kundalini yoga, where you strengthen your spine because of the two serpents pulling on it. BLM is a Kundalini repackaged. White supremacy, depopulation, pain, an algorithm of our fallen state psychologically as a result of Kundalini that is practiced across this world. Dianetics, NIAP, which is pain spelled backwards, means making people feel like nothing, low self-esteem, fear, dark place of victimhood, and self-hate. That's also a government agency, the National Information Assurance Partnership, run by NASA and run by the NSA, who spies on the American people. The Pythagorean theorem is Kundalini math. They build all their buildings in pentagons, hexagons, sexagons. Washington, D.C. is not a part of the United States. Go look at the Pentagon. Go look at the Washington Monument. It's a phallic symbol. It's a penis that says, fuck you to America every day. Sahedrin is the synagogue of Satan. The Great Sahedrin was a supreme religious body in the land of Israel during the holy time of temple. Raqqa is Talmudic code word for child sex trafficking, child sacrifice, pedophilia, child marriage. The Khazar Jews follow the Talmud. The biggest.
3 minutes are up.
Well, you can read all this because I'm going to publish it and say, you didn't let me speak it because you're so busy here with all the public. And I'm going to put you on notice that you are responsible for everything in here, and it's going to blow your mind. So you might want to start listening to the people once in a while. Thank you for all your 3 minutes.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any other comments?
No, we don't.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Oh, Madam Mayor, before you do, could I just announce under item B, that relates to initiation of litigation? The
Yes,
potential case in question would relate to the city's payment, continued collection and payment of development impact fees to TCA. C is also about a potential claim, but that's linked to your agenda.
all right, thank you very much. So I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem James. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Duncan to go into closed session.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye,
Carries 4-0.
thank you.
Stream is live.
All right. We're reconvening the public portion of our meeting. I would ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Noblock.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right.
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here.
Member Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present.
First item on the agenda is a toll road update.
So good evening. Go ahead.
Sorry, City Manager. I'd like to make one request, Mayor, if we might bring item 9E forward after 1C.
We have 9E or
9E.
9D. Which item is that?
Consideration of the letter of support for the American Coast and Oceans Protection Act.
9E, okay.
Okay, so before we vote on that, that's a motion. I would also ask for a motion to move up after that item. Item 9D.
Can we have one motion on that?
I think we can have one motion to move both of those, can't we, Madam Clerk?
Sure.
I'll make the motion.
Can you make that?
I'll second it.
Yeah,
So-
the motion is to move up 9D and 9E and then 9D after 1C.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye, but before we do that, can I ask for 9E to be first? Followed by 9.
Yeah, that was
D.
it. 9E and then 9D.
Yeah, that's
All
very
right,
understood.
thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. So I am a aye for that.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you. So toll road update. City Manager, did you have an update?
I did not have an update at this time, Mayor.
Okay, I can just give a quick
Go ahead, please.
for the public, if they are not aware of it, the city council at our last meeting voted to withdraw from the transportation corridor agencies. That withdrawal will be, our last day will be June 30th, 2021. And as of July 1st, 2021, we will no longer be a member agency. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have an update?
I have a question for maybe a little discussion here. Considering we have withdrawn from the TCA, gleefully so, and that you and I are no longer going to have an update at every meeting, very possibly we take the toll road update off of our permanent agenda. And if we have updates, it will either be through the city manager or through the city attorney. So that's, if you're agreeable to that, that's a motion for me.
Is there a second?
Would you rather have that other than something like every 6 months or something like that? Just have it.
Oh, that's
Just to make sure that we have it sort of tracked, I guess.
So if we could just calendar a toll road update every 6 months. And, but other than that, when TCA related items come, that would either be through the city attorney or the city manager.
Okay, second.
And Mayor Ward, if I may, I have a comment about toll road related legislation. Senator Bates, SB 760, that was continued by the committee on May 13th. It was supposed to be heard on May 17th, but I just wanted the public to know that that was not heard on May 17th, and there's no idea yet when that would be heard again. Thank you.
City Manager, I believe that it was chosen to be a 2-year bill.
Correct. Senator Bates has put it into a 2-year bill while the city of San Clemente works with the stakeholders and Supervisor Bartlett on a cooperative agreement.
All
Oh,
right.
good. Thank you. Yeah, that would have been really good to have an update on at our last meeting. And also, City Manager, could you let me know about the SB 761? Is that also a 2-year bill, Senator Bates legislation?
61 is also a 2-year bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay,
So our next item,
Okay, but we haven't
We haven't
voted.
voted.
oh, thank you.
Okay, so this is the motion to just have the toll road update every 6 months instead of each meeting. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. The next item is an update on the homeless issue.
No
I
update
think
at
the
this
next
time.
item is our
We do
congressman
have a
speaking.
card
right?
on that one, though.
Madam Clerk,
Do
can
wanna
you repeat
consider
that?
1C first?
Yes, let's do that, since I'm
Okay.
seeing the congressman standing
Okay.
at the podium.
1C is presentation by Congressman Levin concerning aid for San Clemente and the American Rescue Plan.
All right, well, thank you very much. It is great to be with you, Mayor and Council. What a setup. This is really cool how you've done this. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity just to briefly address you. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your leadership during this very difficult year and a half that we've had. It's really been an unprecedented time, as evidenced by our surroundings here this evening and what we've all been dealing with, but such a hard time for our businesses, for so many of our residents, for our families, particularly families with children, and for so many others who've lost their jobs or who tragically have had family members or friends pass away as a result of COVID-19. I also want to thank our law enforcement who are here. I saw a few of our sheriffs outside, and they have a tough job to begin with, but I want to thank them for all that they have done and continue to do during this pandemic. Along with our firefighters and our first responders, they have been remarkable. And it's great to see you in person. And the next time that I do this, I hope it's around a smaller dais without the dividers and the plexiglass and all the rest, but this will have to do for now. I wanted to speak for just a few minutes about the American Rescue Plan. And you're probably familiar with that plan by now. I think many of San Clemente's residents are probably most familiar with the $1,400 in direct checks that they received for help in whatever way they needed help. Those checks hopefully have already arrived in people's bank accounts. If they haven't, obviously we would love to help any San Clemente constituents with any of that. I have Terry Van Horn, who runs our Orange County District office here with us. And anyone watching or here can go to mikelevin.house.gov if they have any concerns around that or around anything else. We're here to help. There are also a lot of other things in that bill that I thought I would mention. Funding to help feed hungry families, an expanded child tax credit that'll begin later this summer for families with children. The Paycheck Protection Program, which many of our small businesses here in San Clemente have used to stay open during this pandemic, but specifically now a $28.6 billion, the funding for that because it was oversubscribed. We'd advocated for $120 billion. We got 28.6, and my understanding is that the 28.6 went very quickly. So we're asking for more help for our restaurants who've had to endure just a ton. Some of our restaurants are owned by veterans. I had the opportunity to help a veteran owner of a restaurant get one of these Restaurant Revitalization Fund grants. And I'm concerned about our veterans and their employment status. I chair the subcommittee for veterans employment. It's called Economic Opportunity, and it has jurisdiction over things like veteran employment, housing, homelessness, the GI Bill, and transition assistance. I can tell you that before the pandemic, veteran unemployment was at an all-time low, less than 3%. Then with the pandemic, it went up to over 11%, and now it's back down around 5.2, 5.3%. So we've made dramatic progress back in the right direction, but our committee won't stop. And it is truly a bipartisan committee. We won't stop until we get that veteran employment rate back down to historic lows. And part of what we did in the American Rescue Plan that didn't get a lot of attention, but I think is important, is we got a rapid retraining program, $386 million for our veterans who do not otherwise qualify for the GI Bill or for VRNE or for the other programs. They can apply for this program, and it's for 1 year, 12 months, both of educational benefits and of housing in those jobs that are most in demand. And so if anybody has any questions about that, we'd be delighted to help our veterans here in San Clemente with that as well. They can contact our office, or they can go to va.gov and just search for rapid retraining program. Next, I want to highlight something that I think is probably near and dear to everyone around the dais, which is the funding in the American Rescue Plan for cities smaller than 500,000 people. Now, you probably remember the CARES Act. That's the big legislation that we passed in 2020 to deal with the pandemic. It included $150 billion for state and local governments, but importantly, it did not include any direct funding for cities smaller than 500,000. And we felt then, basically right then and there, that that was fundamentally unfair and that we needed to fight for all cities, smaller cities, medium-sized cities, as well as the larger cities. One example that we all used, and I'm not trying to pick on any cities here, but I think it's illustrative, is that the city of Fresno, which has just over 500,000 people, got $90 million plus in the CARES Act. Long Beach, which has just under 500,000 people, got zero in direct funding under the CARES Act. So we wanted to fix that formula. We started work on it in April 2020. And then with the American Rescue Plan, we got another $350 billion for state and local government and territories and tribes as well. But importantly, every city was included, and the city of San Clemente will get a total of $7.5 million, is my understanding, a little over. Hopefully half of that you've already received or are in the process of receiving, I hope. Yes, maybe, maybe not.
In the process of receiving.
In the process of
Thank you.
receiving. Okay, that's good. I hope that you use it well. One of the other things was very important to me is representing a district as I do. I know that the needs of San Clemente are fundamentally different than the needs of the other cities in the district. Every city has its own priorities. Every city has its own core needs. And this money, I hope you have the latitude to use as you see best, as you see fit for your business community, for the residents in the city, and even for things like infrastructure. Those are permissible uses as well, because the needs of San Clemente are different even than those of Dana Point or San Juan Capistrano, or certainly than the needs of the cities that I represent in North County, San Diego. The last thing I'll mention is money for our schools. My wife and I have two young kids, age 8 and age 7. They go to Capo Unified schools. And I can tell you that Capo Unified will receive $40 million, give or take, under the American Rescue Plan to help them reopen as quickly and as safely and as completely as they can. And I know how much our parents want to see in-person instruction as normal, 5 days a week. I can tell you because we've lived it the last year. My wife and I and their 2 Chromebook computers that the kids have been on for far too much of the last year. I give great credit to our schools and our teachers for doing their very best under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. And I hope that they take this money and that they use it well to fully reopen for the fall and also for summer programs as well, because we know that there has been considerable learning loss as a result of the pandemic. And we know that the social and emotional needs of many young people have been impacted as well. Finally, I want to talk about community development projects and the investment in our communities that we can make as a result of some upcoming opportunities. We're going to be fighting hard for the city of San Clemente, and specifically for the San Clemente Shoreline Project. That is one of our community project funding requests. I want to thank your city staff for working with us on that, and for all of you on the council and mayor for your impact. As you might know, last year we were able to secure $505,000 for the planning, engineering, and development phase of the San Clemente Shoreline Project. But the community project funding, if approved, allows us to begin construction and to place about 251,000 cubic yards of sand from Melinda Lane to T Street, which will widen the beach by about 50 feet, and that'll provide storm damage reduction and safety and recreational benefits for the public. So again, my thanks to our city staff here, and we're going to do all we can to improve the quality of life here in San Clemente and in our district. And with that, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're almost through this pandemic. If you're watching or you're listening, stay safe, get vaccinated, and let's get back out there and let's have a wonderful summer. And thank you so much for having me, Mayor. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Congressman.
No questions of the congressman?
You know, I do have.
Yes,
Of course,
sir.
it's gonna be me, right? I'm gonna give you kudos on something. you and I think 40 co-sponsors are working the salt tax elimination. Could you just talk to the group just
You bet.
for a moment on? You thought I was going to have an I got you, didn't you?
No, no. So this is a huge deal, and it is really important to our community, as you know, Mayor Pro Tem. It's really unprecedented that we're not able to fully deduct our state and local taxes. The Revenue Act of 1913 set up this basic bargain where states are able to fully deduct the state taxes, the local taxes that we pay. And we know that in South Orange County, the median price of a home, I would imagine in San Clemente, most zip codes is now over $1 million. And so if you just look at property taxes, as we all know, property taxes are pretty high in South Orange County. Just your property taxes might exceed the $10,000 a year in the state and local tax cap that was put in place in 2017. And so a group of us, a bipartisan group, a geographically diverse group, have come together and have said enough is enough. And states like California and New York and New Jersey and Connecticut and others that are disproportionately impacted by this, we've said this has got to be reversed. And so we're advocating for, as part of any negotiation in the American Jobs Plan, which is the new infrastructure bill, as they talk about tax-related provisions, that the SALT cap be removed and that we are once again able to fully deduct our state and local taxes. The last thing I'll say, Mayor Pro Tem, is that there's the false narrative out there that somehow doing that would only help very wealthy people. And that's simply not the case in a place like ours, in a community like ours, where there are 86,000 tax filers who in 2017 took the state and local tax deduction, making less than $100,000 a year. And if you're living in San Clemente and you're making less than $100,000 a year, I wouldn't say you are rich. I would say that the cost of living here is higher than it is in a lot of places. We happen to live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and sometimes you have to pay a bit more for it. But we need some basic fairness, and we pay, as California, we pay just as much to the federal government as we get back. And that's something I try to remind my friends in some of the other states that don't pay as much as they take back. So I thank you for the question. We're going to keep working on it. We appreciate the support.
If I can have one more comment.
Yes, sir.
You know, one of the things I'm going to ask, this is a request. Both the Republicans and Democrats have done this to our country. We're $29 trillion in debt. No one in this room is ever going to pay that off. That's about $300,000 per taxpayer. If you could go back to Washington, and Trump was just as guilty, as anyone else. So as someone who voted for Trump a couple of times, I acknowledge that. But we absolutely have to start paying that down. Just like at the local level, we have $55 million in unfunded liability. We have to figure out how we have to pay down. We simply cannot turn this over to our children. We can't turn it over to our grandchildren. If you could just commit to us, you'll work on that, sir. Having you here tonight's well worth it.
I am absolutely in agreement that this cannot continue. And the CBO estimates suggest it's going to be more like $40 trillion in a decade. And it's a path that we can't continue to prosper on. So what I've advocated for, what I'll continue to advocate for, is obviously we're in a very difficult and unprecedented situation. We've got to get through the pandemic. We've got to get back to full employment. But we need a Simpson-Bowles style committee to come together and look at our revenues, look at our expenses, and figure out how we can better balance the books. And the last time we ran a surplus was in the late 90s with President Clinton, when you had Republicans in Congress with Newt Gingrich. You had Bill Clinton in the White House. They worked together and they actually ran a surplus. And so I think we can get it done again. We've got to, obviously recognize the difference between costs and investments as well. When I think about things like infrastructure that have a really good long-term rate of return in terms of their overall benefit to our productivity, those are things we have to do. But we have to also recognize that we can't continue on the course we're on indefinitely.
Did you just say you thought that'd be a good deal to have a Republican speaker and a Democrat president?
Well, not quite,
Okay.
but what can I say? It worked out in the late 90s, but certainly appreciate the compromise that they were able to achieve. And I also appreciated when our politics had a collective temperature that was lower, where members of Congress and others were more concerned with trying to get things done rather than how many, social media followers they could get and whether they could say or do the most outrageous thing to gain a following. So I hope we can get back to some basic sense of, civility again, and was honored to speak to a Memorial Day event yesterday and brought up my grandpa, who was a World War II veteran. And I know if he were alive now, that's what he'd be telling me to do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's great to see you all. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
everybody.
Madam Mayor, we do have
Congressman,
one speaker card.
Could
on
you
this
could you
item.
s- could you stick around for one more item? Okay.
Okay. Do you want him to stand at the podium? He can.
Don't have to.
No, he can, because he might want to answer.
Madam Mayor,
question.
did you want to hear the speaker or
We have one speaker card. or-
one?
Okay,
Yes, Jenna Duncan.
it's for item C.
Yes.
Okay. So we do have a speaker.
Maybe not.
No, she's here.
Hi, my name is Jenna Duncan. I was a resident born and raised in Orange County, lived in San Diego for about 5 years. I'm a mother of 2 boys, and it is a pleasure to be back in San Clemente. Like Levin said, enough is enough. As a fellow resident who lives in San Clemente, we cannot let this pass on to our grandchildren, our children. All this money needs to go to the people of San Clemente who have lost their businesses, and to our city council to make up judgment, except for maybe Duncan, which hopefully you will turn around and take the God-given oath you are to serve. We, the people of San Clemente, have a big problem. The ACLU has enabled for ways to bring our kids needles on drug addicts and the train station to drop off, some that need mental help. I agree. The station is an easy drop off, and San Clemente has to take that pain. And so do our kids, police and sheriffs, and anyone in duty. We need Congress and Sir Mike Levin. You have not missed a paycheck. Songs and charities rings a bell again about profits over children and a deal to water districts and caring about our oceans. The people of San Clemente I speak who have struggled to pay their water bills and keep food on the table during this pandemic and watch their small businesses suffer. For those who do not remember, the nuclear 2013 waste incident in San Onofre affected all beaches in Orange County, California, including San Clemente and around. I'm pretty sure there is a nonprofit fund for that, or plenty of them. We would like to know where our money is going to, and it should be into the hands of our San Clemente City Council. Thank you so much for letting me speak. And yes, I am pro AO2. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That's all for public comment?
Yes.
All right. Councilmember Duncan.
Yeah, I asked that we move 9E forward. That's consideration of a letter of support for the American Coast and Oceans Protection Act, which is HR 3053. I wanted to do this while we still had Congressman Levin here, and thank you, Congressman Levin, for your for fighting for San Clemente, for the TCA to be investigated, which we still hope will happen one day. And thank you for fighting for our small businesses and our veterans. And on the note of our small businesses, I see this as a pro-business bill because in as much as it protects our coast from having an oil spill and having something that could tragically destroy the beaches that we were just hearing about in the last comment, this is the type of legislation we need to pass because even a little bit of oil on our beaches would destroy our local economy. And I should note that the San Clemente City Council has twice before supported this. And so I'd ask for the support of my fellow council members to once again, in this case, sign the letter of support for the legislation that the congressman could take back as he seeks to get this legislation passed.
Okay, that's a motion to support. Is there a
That's a
second?
motion unless we have any further comments.
I have a few comments.
Okay,
Chris, I appreciate your passion here, and you make very good points. My problem with supporting this bill at this time is we have $5. We're almost at $5 a gallon gasoline. We're probably going to $6 a gallon gasoline. You already see that in Los Angeles. We see the current administration that has closed down the Keystone XL pipeline that went through the Dakotas and Nebraska. I think recently, in the last few days, the administration has stopped granting permits offshore in Alaska. I do not want an oil rig off of San Clemente. I absolutely don't want an oil rig off of San Clemente, but what I am unable to determine right now is what impact is this going to have on crude oil, prices of crude oil, and your truck burns as much gasoline as my truck, and but it's not about us. It's about families trying to make a go with gasoline at $5 a gallon. Here in South Orange County, I think the average commute is about 40 miles a day, one way. No, excuse me, that's 40 miles round trip a day. That equates to a big hit on the family budget. I appreciate what the congressman is saying in regards to protecting our shoreline. I understand the value of our shores and keeping them protected. But I would ask you, Chris, when was the last time we had an oil spill? And so I'm not prepared this evening to support it. I think it's a noble gesture, but I'm not fully aware of what the impact's going to be on the price of crude going forward. And so I have some reluctance there. Thank you.
Mayor Ward, if I may.
yes, go ahead, Councilmember Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to piggyback on some of the comments that Mayor Pro Tem James had stated. I was very in support of saying no to the offshore drilling over a year ago when we adopted a resolution when I was on council. I think it was a year and a half ago. But now, for the reasons that Mayor Pro Tem James stated, I have some concerns now as well in our just increased dependency on foreign countries for oil, and the fact that in terms of oil spills, I looked it up, 2020 was the lowest number of spills in the nation since 1976. So the mechanical process for offshore oil drilling has been very, very perfected. So safer, better for the environment than previously. And then just looking at the cost and impact to businesses and families going forward, it's pretty scary to see how much that will hit people's budgets and bottom line for businesses. And then with, of course, the 3/4 of the world covered with water, it's a missed opportunity at this time to pursue those petroleum and natural products in the bottom of the ocean. So I'm reluctant as well to support this at this time, considering what we're encountering. Thank you.
Congressman, would you like to respond?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, I would just, first of all, I want to thank Councilman Duncan for bringing this to the group. I would say that the bill that I introduced is fairly modest in scope. Take a look. Maybe you can consider it at a future meeting. It talks about San Luis Obispo South, Southern California. There's 23 existing rigs, and all it says is no new ones. That's all it says. The last spill was Refugio State Beach in 2015. There were 142,800 gallons of crude oil. That's off Santa Barbara. And all that I've heard and read is that the technical capacity off our Southern California coast in terms of additional rigs is fairly limited. So in terms of the global spike, potential that it would have in supply and demand, I think it would be minimal. And lastly, what I would say is when I go from meeting to meeting, I've had over 200 town hall, or between the town halls and the house parties and all the rest, I think over 250 in person and many more virtually. I can't wait, by the way, to get back out and doing them in person again. I always ask the question in every single one of those, does anybody here support more drilling off our California coast? And so far in all those meetings, only one guy said yes. And then he heard me wrong. I said, no, I meant more drilling. You really want that? He said, no, I thought you meant less drilling. So as much as there are global, more controversial concerns around fossil fuel development, this says nothing about the other parts. This bill at this time says nothing about the other parts of the United States, very little about supply and demand in terms of our domestic supply. We could have that discussion, obviously, at another time, but a fairly modest proposal. And I thank Councilman Duncan, but obviously respect what everybody wants to do and take a look at the bill. You don't have to decide if you don't want to, and I appreciate your consideration.
So I haven't weighed in. I understand that this is coming up because every new presidential administration has the ability to enact new leases. And so this bill simply says, directs the Secretary of the Interior to not enter into any more leases. It's consistent with our general plan, which I think is important for our city council to follow. We oppose offshore oil drilling and any liquefied natural gas facilities and prohibits onshore support facilities for any of this offshore drilling. We've always done that. I think that would be consistent with what our residents would want. And I can't imagine any city from San Luis Obispo down to San Diego that would want oil rigs off their shore because of just environmental, what that would mean. So I would ask council to please consider this. I too, I'm not happy about the price of gas whatsoever. I question why this is happening again, and I would hope that our representatives would think about that and get that fixed. But I don't equate not having any new oil rigs with the price of gas right now, because unlike what Councilmember Ferguson said, I would not support any drilling into the ocean for oil when we have it on our
Okay.
lands. But so I'll second the motion. I think we should consider it tonight. I don't see why the reasons we're all upset about the price of gas, but I don't see it tied to this. I was afraid of that, that it somehow had something to do with that, but I'm not seeing that for this bill.
I would just say in addition to that, I mean, just picture a rig off San Clemente Island. All right. And this is merely a letter of support from our city for the legislation. It doesn't directly impact, obviously, whether it's going to be passed or not. It just shows the city's support for keeping our shorelines free of oil rigs and other potential threats to the shoreline, which is already under threat from so many other forces, climate change and sea level rise and so forth. So I'd ask, despite the concerns, that we voice our support for this bill at this time.
We work on another way to get out the word that we're not happy with the gas price.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to weigh in as well.
Yes.
If I could.
Councilmember
I
Noblock.
share the comments we've heard tonight about the cost of gasoline and the shortage that we are currently having. The Keystone Pipeline that Mayor Pro Tem mentioned was a key element that prevented us from having a complete energy independence, which is a shame in my opinion. But this particular bill would prevent rigs along our coastline. And to me, to have the most populous, pristine coasts in America dotted with oil rigs is problematic. If we were to have an event, it would be catastrophic for our economy and for our community. Just like if we were to ever have event like San Onofre, if any of those containers were ever to leak, it would be disastrous beyond comprehension. And so I can support the letter, and I plan on voting for it. So I'll call for the question.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, I seconded that motion.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No,
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Councilmember Noblock convinced me. Aye.
okay, Mayor Ward,
Aye.
carries 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate the
Appreciate you.
protection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Ward, at this time, did you want to finish special presentations with the homeless issue? We skipped past that.
Yes, let's do item 1B.
Okay. We do have two speaker cards.
Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, let's do
The-
that, then
the
we'll go to
first is
9B.
From Donna Vidrine, and after Ms. Vidrine will be Lisa Adoni. Donna Vidrine.
Donna Vidrine is first.
Homelessness remains a challenge for San Clemente, requiring better solutions, a strategy, and greater accountability. The city's management of its homeless residents has been unstable and mostly ineffective. We have witnessed several tragic occurrences, including 2 deaths and ongoing encampment incidents in San Clemente, resulting from lack of services and programs in our city. The city must provide increased proper resources and better accountability as to the effectiveness of its services and programs. This is a call to action for City Council to take action and give direction to city leadership and staff. The city should open safe parking areas for overnight sleeping with access to restrooms and hygiene facilities for those living in their cars. The city must identify a new proper SB2 zone where an emergency shelter can actually open in San Clemente. This is required by law. Prioritize getting access to funding for affordable housing, both state and federal. Apply for available state and federal funding to provide emergency shelter in motels or other transitional housing. Opportunities for San Clemente's homeless population. This includes professional case management and supportive services from day one to achieve long-term meaningful success in transitioning persons from living on the street and public spaces into stable housing. And I will just ask, several people in the overflow room ask for a more detailed homeless update from the city manager and city council when possible. So that would be really appreciated by us concerned residents about homelessness in San Clemente. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be back. Esteemed council, Mayor Ward, my fellow citizens, my name is Lisa Edone. I'm a longtime resident of San Clemente. I worked a long time to buy a home here. I pay my taxes. I comply with my HOA rules, and I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't cheat on my taxes. I serve jury duty all the way across the board. I'm going to bring up some names to you. Dwayne, Cowboy, Pamela, Deanna, Green Dragon, Jojo, Mad at the Beach. The fact that we know our homeless frequent flyers by name is frightening. That's just the beginning of the list. We talk about our homeless situation, and we really haven't moved the needle since we cleared North Beach. We comment, we come to you. It feels very one-sided because I'm extremely passionate about the health and safety of all of our residents, of the people that are living on the streets, of our children, of our families. But we don't know what happens next. And we don't see what's happening. We're not informed. And there's no reply. So it's really a monologue. I'm giving you all a monologue now, but it's because of my sincere, heartfelt concern. You know, I look at the news and I really try to avoid it. But just recently, there was a 70-year-old man gardening in front of his house over the weekend, and he was killed by a homeless man. There was a woman walking her dog, 64-year-old woman. She was stabbed to death. I dread the day that something like this will happen in San Clemente. So what do? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I know it's a very complex issue. I'm passionate about the fact that it's not housing first, as is evidenced by Dwayne, who had housing, and he doesn't have housing any longer. It was revoked. Matt at the Beach refuses housing very rudely to some extremely polite outreach folks that have offered it to him multiple times, but he very vociferously asks for marijuana on his Facebook. I find that personally offensive. Decline housing, but ask for pot. In what alternative reality are we living right now? I just don't understand that. But what I do know is I'm in favor of consolidating into one committee. Let's get some people with some experience. Let's let Rick Loeffler serve. Let's have Gary Walsh and Michelle Brooks, who's extremely interested in serving. And let's all come together and eliminate redundancy. I think that's an okay thing to do. And then the other thing is, whatever happened to the Tri-City shelter concept and what happens next? Venice is a city in Italy. It's not a role model for San Clemente. So please share with us what the plan is and update the community that cares so very much. Thank you.
City Manager, can you just advise the public about our homeless outreach coordinator, that hiring?
Absolutely, Mayor. I'll cover a couple of different things based on the public comments. So the city has acquired or hired a community service outreach worker that will be a full-time employee that will be dedicated to working in the streets of San Clemente to assist those that are homeless and finding them and connecting them to the appropriate services, be it shelter services, be it rehabilitation, be it mental health. She'll be working, her name is Carly. She'll be working with a number of agencies, including the county and their mental health and their healthcare agency, as well as with FAM and other service providers within the community. We, in addition, have Mercy House that's currently under contract as well, providing mobile outreach services. Once Carly is fully up and running, we'll break away from Mercy House, but we'll finish out an interim period with them. And then in addition, I know that the mayor and the mayor pro tem have talked about wanting to speak to our partners in terms of neighboring cities to look at a regional solution. And I know that we have that first step with the city of Dana Point and the city of San Juan, their mayors and mayor pro tems, to talk about regional solutions for South County. I know that all three cities agreed that there needed to be a regional solution, and the county was a major contributor to that solution. And so I know that there'll be more steps that we'll be having with the county, those city managers, as well as myself and Frank Kim with the county to talk about that. But I know there are more steps that will be occurring with the South County mayors to talk about some regional solutions. As I think we all realize, if we look at our point in time counts, for San Clemente, it's 2019, where we had a count of 96 homeless. You would need a homeless shelter for about 100 people in the city of San Clemente. And so it's one of those solutions that one city can't fix it. It has to be done at a regional level in collaboration and partnership with the county. And so I think that was something that all the mayors and the mayor pro tems that we met with agreed upon. And so we'll be looking to see if we can't at least try to start some of those regional solutions in South County.
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes.
may. It was really, we had a lunch with each of the cities, brought 2 council members and the city manager. And I think San Clemente was I think it'd be fair to say we were more open to establishing a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority with the other two cities. They really did not have any interest in it whatsoever. They did bring up some good points. One of the great points they brought up is each city in the county has been compelled to create an SB2 zone. And we have done it. All the other cities have done it. But they brought up a point that, but the county, for as much unincorporated area as there is in the county has never established an SB2 zone. And this is something we need to push Supervisor Bartlett on to create an SB2 zone somewhere in the unincorporated areas. And keep in mind that our tax money from San Clemente is going to North County, Orange County, to pay for county-run homeless shelters up there. So we're not getting a fair shake from the county right now as it relates to homeless programming, and that needs to improve. And I think creating a dialogue with Supervisor Bartlett, both at the staff level and the elected level, will pay us dividends going forward.
And while we're on the subject, I was going to say this under council comments, but if staff could look at, we have a land use element. Part of that is our coastal plan. I think we need an opinion letter on any of our motels that are now listed under our coastal element as visitor serving. We need to know whether any of those could be changed to a different use, and if that would affect us, because we may not be able to pass our coastal element plan if we lose any of our motels. So I think anytime that there's any project that's going to go forward, I'd like a letter of opinion from the Coastal Commission.
Understood, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'd like to clarify. Are we certain the county never declared SB2 zone? Because I thought I remembered a couple of years ago, the county was looking to potentially put a shelter in Laguna Niguel by the courthouse, which had relocated. And I thought that was an SB2 zone. Does anyone happen to know if that's the case?
My point was there hasn't been an SB2 zone created in an unincorporated area.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. That's good to know. Thank you so much.
All right, so moving on.
Yes. The next item is consideration of adopting a non-binding resolution of support for the right to bear arms. We have quite a few speaker cards, so I will name 5 people at a time so they can line up.
Yes, and I would just ask the public to, if you've hear your name called, please line up so that we can get through the speakers.
Okay. First speakers will be Leonard Dunn, Barbara Helton, Jennifer Massey, Catherine Martin, for Carol Montgomery, who couldn't be here, and Patricia Bowe. So first is Leonard Dunn.
Your Honor, esteemed members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Leonard Dunn. I've lived in San Clemente for decades, raising my family here, building my business here, laying down roots here. And I'm very interested in staying put in the beautiful town of San Clemente as long as I live. I believe in opportunity and inclusivity, and I believe that law and order have kept our town from going down the path of LA, Portland, and Seattle. I believe that between our very valiant sheriffs and our Second Amendment right to defend ourselves, our homes personally kept our town from havoc of these hell-bent on destroying it, as demonstrated by the events last spring. Just look to the south, La Mesa, California, where banks were set on fire and destroyed. Look to the north in LA, where businesses were wrecked by looters. The fact that law-abiding citizens can bear arms and freely can bear arms here freely and responsibly so that we can defend our families and our homes, no doubt helped deter the trouble that was headed our way. No one can predict the future, but one thing is for sure, the founding fathers bestowed on us this right to bear arms responsibly, and that shall never be infringed. Let's honor the right by supporting Mayor Pro Tem James' initiative to make San Clemente a sanctuary city for the Second Amendment. Thank you.
Barbara Hilton.
Good evening, City Council. I am deeply opposed to the proposed solution to declare San Clemente as a Second Amendment sanctuary city for the following reasons. This is not the purview of a typical city council. According to the National League of Cities, a city council is the legislative body of a city, and the members adopt the laws and policies for local government. This notion of making San Clemente a Second Amendment sanctuary city is not a local government issue. This is a national issue. It is protected by the Constitution, and it has no business being part of our local government agenda. Secondly, this will hurt businesses. Our local businesses are just starting to come out from under the weight of COVID. I know many people who have personally told me they will not come to San Clemente if this resolution passes, and that they will take their business elsewhere. Thirdly, as a longtime San Clemente resident, I am personally saddened that this topic is even up for consideration. It is a waste of my time, taxpayers' time, and money, and it's an embarrassment to the kind citizens of this city. Let San Clemente be a sanctuary city that it is for families and visitors who come here because of our seaside charm and our small town atmosphere, not a sanctuary for gun ownership. Let's help to improve the quality of life in San Clemente and not tarnish it with this very terrible resolution. Thank you.
Jennifer Massey.
Good evening, and thank you all for your service to our city. We really are grateful. I'm a 40-year resident. I bet longer than any of you have been here. And I can't believe how San Clemente has changed. And you know what? When I remember first coming here in 1970, well, 1980 actually, Avenida Del Mar was full of t-shirt shops and beauty supply product shops. And I was just selling real estate, and there were some kids who kept saying to their parents, "You've got to get us out of this dead zone. This is for the newlywed and the nearly dead. And we want to go to Irvine or someplace." So anyway, now I notice when I drive Saturday evening or Sunday afternoon, this town is where everybody is coming now. It's now become a destination. And it's so much more attractive. I hope there's nobody here from San Juan, Dana Point, Laguna Niguel, or Aliso Viejo, but it's definitely, it's got a charm. It's got a downtown. And I'm grateful for all of you who supported me and other people who limited Avenida Del Mar to a 2 foot high, to 2 foot 3 high, and not 4 foot high. Thank you again for that. Anyway, I'll get on to this. At the time of the writing of the Second Amendment, which was 1791, just yesterday, there were no fully automatic weapons and other high-powered firearms. So why today do we need them? I have no problem with hunters owning guns designed with a few shots, or homeowners owning pistols with a few shots. What I feel should be outlawed in all 50 states and territories are guns that fire multiple rounds. What are they needed for? Are they felt to be needed by insurrectionists or those who fear insurrectionists? As of May 23rd, and I got this from the New York Times, there have been 7,300 shooting deaths in the United States, which is up 20% from 2020 and up 40% from 2019. Those are statistics on the front page of the New York Times on May 23rd. Just so you know, I didn't invent those. If San Clemente is declared a Second Amendment sanctuary city, I will be even more afraid than I am now to go into Ralph's, Trader Joe's, CVS, Target, etc. As citizens, I believe we have the right to know who is licensed to carry multiple chamber guns and maybe have it identified on their cars so we know we can avoid where to avoid shopping when and where they shop. Thank you.
Catherine Martin.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for letting me take the opportunity to read the comments of Carol Montgomery, who was unable to be here this evening. My name is Carol Montgomery, and I've been a resident of our Spanish Village by the Sea for 27 years. I'm afraid our climate is changing, not only our weather, but our laid-back beach lifestyle. The Second Amendment Sanctuary City Resolution does not reflect well on our city's mission statement. Part of our mission statement dedicates us to, quote, maintaining a safe, healthy atmosphere in which to live, work, and play, guiding development to ensure responsible growth while preserving and enhancing our village character, unique environment, and natural amenities, providing for the city's long-term stability through promotion of economic vitality and diversity. It goes on to state a core value of how we, quote, apply rules and regulations fairly and consistently. Writing meaningless resolutions for political points and allowing there to be any confusion about which laws our city enforces is certainly not applying rules and regulations fairly and consistently. By passing this divisive resolution, we will lose our Spanish Village by the Sea sense of community. Becoming a Second Amendment sanctuary city will scare away tourists and new residents looking for a safe place to visit or raise a family, and invite the kind of people looking to make a point about their obsession with their guns. The updated resolution also puts the burden of gun safety on children. While gun owner safety classes and securely storing weapons locked and separate from ammunition are a few important steps for saving lives, gun safety is not the responsibility of children. Adults are supposed to keep children safe from guns. I am providing the council this evening with information on the Be Smart campaign that, unlike Eddie Eagle, is an effective program to keep young people safe. As you know, I am a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, which has hundreds of supporters here in San Clemente. For the record, once again, we are not an anti-gun organization. Rather, we are an anti-gun violence organization, and we work every day to save lives. We even have a gun owners affinity group who understands that common sense regulations on arms are vital to safely maintaining our Second Amendment and, more importantly, saving lives. This is my 5th council meeting, and I've taken part in to address this resolution. Not one comment read prior in any of these prior meetings was in support of this resolution. It saddens me that Mayor Pro Tem James and Council Member Knobloch are ignoring the wishes of the citizens of San Clemente by continuing to waste everyone's time and taxpayer dollars. Given the overwhelming opposition, please keep our community safe and do not advocate for guns.
Thank you.
Please vote no on this resolution.
Thank you.
Next is Patricia Bowe.
My name is Patricia Bowe, and I am here as another representative of the hundreds of Moms Demand Action supporters here in San Clemente, the thousands of supporters throughout Orange County. Nationwide, we are a movement with more than 6 million supporters. Last week, California saw yet another mass shooting, 9 people dead plus the gunman. This was one of just 70, that is 70 mass shootings in America last month alone. But these mass shootings we hear about on the news don't even begin to tell the story of the daily toll of gun violence in America. With nearly 60% of Americans who either care for someone who's experienced gun violence or experienced it themselves, you don't have to look hard to find an American whose life has been forever changed by gun violence. My own sister-in-law never knew her father because of a gun. I have another friend whose father was also killed by a gun with the same type of gun that my dad carried in war. This is a never-ending cycle that impacts American generation after generation. More than 100 people are killed every day with a gun in America, and twice that many are wounded every day. That's yesterday, today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, and on and on. 100 people dead every day in America because of guns. Real people, real families impacted by real bloodshed. Gun violence is also a uniquely American epidemic. No other peer country on earth deals with this. No other country on earth. Our other peer countries contend with the same mental health issues, the same violent video games, disgruntled employees, domestic violence. But you know what else they have, which leads to gun violence rates far below America's? Strong gun safety regulations. Facebook warriors would have their followers believe that the Second Amendment is going to be usurped at any moment. As evidence, they point to a bill in the US House of Representatives, HR 127, a bill that, in short, would require licensing and registration of guns similar to how we treat cars. This bill has exactly one sponsor. It has been stalled in committee since its introduction, and let me put your mind at ease, has exactly zero chance of becoming law. Congress is having a difficult enough time as it is getting something as simple and basic and life-saving as enforcing background checks on all gun sales to keep guns out of the hands of those who shouldn't have them. Legislation that nearly 90% of all Americans support. And yet council members here would have everyone believe that the Second Amendment is under attack. I assure you, the only thing under attack here are American lives. And so here we are 3 days before National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Cities across the country are issuing proclamations to honor and remember those shot and killed and the survivors of gun violence. And yet the San Clemente City Council instead is debating a Second Amendment sanctuary city resolution that would be a slap in the face to victims and survivors of gun violence and a national embarrassment for San Clemente. I strongly urge you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
The next 5 speakers will be Stephanie Jamison, Ken Moffroyd, Aaron Washington, Beth Sandin, and Michelle Liniola.
Thank you for the ability to speak before you today on such an important topic. I am a 19-year homeowner with my husband in San Clemente. It's no one's business but ours, but we too are legal and safe gun owners. As I say that, I say with as much strength and conviction that we are in opposition of making San Clemente a Second Amendment sanctuary city. Other speakers have eloquently stated it's not necessary. Our rights to own guns safely and legally are not at question here. And as Mr. James has been quoted in the San Clemente Times, this is not a law that allows us to open carry. It is a figure statement. Some of you may not have been aware that also in the San Clemente newspaper, just recently, San Clemente was identified as the 34th safest city in the state of California. That's 34th out of 482, making us the 7th percentile of safe cities to live in, to have families come to have tourists want to visit our shores and our peaceful city. The yoke that this Second Amendment moniker will create will not only dissuade people from coming to a safe, family-friendly, forward-thinking community, but as someone else pointed out, will likely dissuade tourism dollars. Our businesses are just hanging on. Now is not the time to create a controversial, self-serving measure that could affect detrimentally the recovery and growth of citizens, of businesses, of our restaurants and our shops. Some of you noticed maybe that I'm holding up the Ole Hansen story. Maybe you didn't get this when you were sworn in as council members of our fair city. I'm not naive. Ole Hansen was a land developer, sometimes had some questionable dealings. But even so, he had a vision for San Clemente, not just the charming architecture with the red roofs and the white walls, not the bougainvillea and flower-lined streets. I'm going to read to you out of his story. I vision a place where people can live together more pleasantly than any other place in America. I'm going to build a beautiful city on the ocean where the whole city will be a park. I do not want people to be repulsed and sent away by ugliness in San Clemente, as they have been by ugliness in other communities. This will be a place where a man can breathe. I have a clean canvas, and I am determined to paint a clean picture. We spoke earlier about what this says about our community. It says that we don't feel we are safe when we are. Thank you for your time. I urge all of you to vote no and not shackle us with this resolution.
Jen Moffroy. Okay.
You know, my handwriting is quite bad. My name is Jen Mofoy, and I've lived in San Clemente for 11 years. And I thank you all so much for your time and efforts to make our city an amazing place to live and visit. And it's a wonderful place to raise children. I am here today to issue my statement against adopting the non-binding resolution of support for the right to bear arms. There are 27 amendments to the United States Constitution. I do not think that the Second Amendment is needing support, as arms sales are very strong in the United States. There were 8.4 million new gun owners in 2020. And gun merchants sold more than 2 million firearms in January of 2021, a 75% increase over at the estimated 1.2 million guns sold in January 2020. This is according to the National Shooting Sports Foundation, a firearms industry trade group that cross-references FBI data with actual sales figures provided by gun merchants to determine how many guns are sold monthly. The only 3 months on record when more FBI gun background checks were conducted were January 2013, when Barack Obama was inaugurated for his second term in the wake of the Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre, and this past June and July following the police killing of George Floyd, according to the FBI. While I believe city council members should focus on the many local issues of the city and regret the dilution of those energies with this resolution debate, if the members are interested in highlighting federal rights, there are other amendments I would support focusing on. There are 4 amendments having to do with voting rights, which champion the rights of citizens to vote and that they shall not be denied or abridged. Those are amendments 15, 19, 24, and 26. I strongly urge you all to vote no on this non-binding resolution of support for the right to bear arms. Thank you very much.
Here in Washington.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm Aaron Washington. I've been living here since January 2006. I served 35 years in the military. And when, I thought about this a lot. The Second Amendment, I support the Second Amendment. I don't see what we're really asking for here. And that will stand. The problem that I see, for one, I support our sheriffs. And with all the defunding going around the United States, defund the sheriff, and with 70,000 convicts being released, it concerns me. I just want to ensure that we maintain our ability to own an arm, which I don't at this time, but considering it, but get the training. If it's going to be mental evaluation and all those things, the problem is we can't control the bad guys from getting the guns. And being there at home, waiting for the sheriff to show up who's overwhelmed, I'm considering having my own, get the training and have the, I'm a good person. I'm not just going to shoot someone or some crime, but we got to be able to protect ourselves. And if anything changes, I support our position to be able to own those weapons. But like, I agree with one of the people are talking, we don't need no AR, no assault rifles and stuff like that. But your Beretta with your magazine or something like that to deter those that want to harm us. Chris Duncan mentioned in the last council meeting, I understood his concern because I was thinking the same thing. If we were allowing all the weapons here, everybody's going to want to come here. Then I thought about it again. I said, well, if we arm people, good citizens with weapons, it's going to deter those bad people to want to come here and mess with us. But we just have to, do the right thing. So thank you for letting me speak.
Beth Sandin.
Good evening. I'm just standing here and before you to stand with our pro tem mayor, Jean James, and for Steve Knobloch. All we're doing is solidifying that we are a Second Amendment area town. That's all we're doing is standing up for our rights. The idea of harm coming to our city because we might propose this proposition or statement in regards to our city is not going to incur more evil. People that, I agree with you, sir, in regards to people that are not registering or they're getting their guns illegally. We, as gun owners, and I am one, have to go through a multiple test and also fingerprinted and through the NICS to be able to own a firearm here in California. Now, I passed all that. And the reason why I did that was because I have a lot of people that I've raced with that are military. And they said, Coach, you got to get one. It doesn't look good. So it's in defense of those calls to the sheriffs that can't get there for 10 minutes and somebody breaks into your house. And what do? They have a gun on you. What do? You wait for the sheriffs, by then you're gone. I stand with this in regards to our town because I do believe that it will also deter those that are illegally getting guns. In the NRA, there is not an NRA member out there that has done any mass shootings and has any harm to any kids. And there's never been an NRA member that has been out there at schools shooting people. In fact, most NRA guys and gals are good people. Thank you for listening to me, and I do propose you to pass that.
Michelle Liniola. Michelle Liniola. Pardon me? Yes, thank you.
Wait, I thought it printed pretty well. Sorry. Mayor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here in support of Mayor Pro Tem James' proposal. And I've listened to what everyone has said, and what I was going to talk about, I won't. There's a lot of emotionality tied to this whole issue. And I think the bottom line basically is the Constitution of our United States gave us the Second Amendment. It's our right. We have the right to protect ourselves, and that's not going to be taken away. But what I like about this proposal is, as the previous speaker just shared, is it signals to folks that might have a question. I mean, from my standpoint, I look at what's going on nationally, and there's the Second Amendment comes up a lot, and it is questioned by many people whether we should change it. And we have so many laws on the books about gun registration and how people need to be vetted before they have a gun. I have a gun. I've gone through the same process that you have. And the gun owners that I know are the safest people in the world. And if there was a problem, if Antifa came to San Clemente, and I worried about that a few, last spring. What if they came to this area? What would we do? Well, I was hoping we'd have citizens in San Clemente that would just not bringing their guns, but would stand together and say, no, you stay out of our town. We're protecting our town. And so this ordinance, I think, gives that message, and it also lets other folks know that when the Second Amendment is attacked by some folks, that San Clemente stands to protect our rights and honors them. So I encourage you to vote for this, and please do so. Thank you for your time. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name's Michelle Lincoln. I've been a resident here for 38 years. I'm a widow, so I have my little gun that I keep at home, that if someone walked in and threatened me, I could protect myself. But if I didn't have that, I'd be worried because the police can't get to my house in time. And we have homeless people walking up and down our street. Someone mentioned that. What, you have a homeless person that it's not all together, and you have to be able to protect yourself. The Second Amendment in the Constitution gives us that right. This ordinance isn't going to change that, but it just is it's a notice to those out there that might have those kinds of thoughts to stay away. So thank you for your consideration.
The next speakers will be Donna Vidrine, Warren Vidrine, Jill Watson, Jeff Wellman, and Judy Jones. So Donna Vidrine. Donna Vidrine.
Warren Verdreen. I'm not seeing Donna or Warren.
I see Donna.
And here. Good evening, Mayor Ward and City Council members. I'm Judy Jones. I'm a 25-year resident of San Clemente. And I have to say that I have never needed a gun in San Clemente to defend myself or my home. I feel confident in my fellow law-abiding citizens and in the law enforcement we have in this community. And I just learned even that we are the 34th safest city in California. So that even makes me feel safer. I certainly hope you all enjoyed the Memorial Day holiday yesterday. Feeling grateful to all the men and women who have sacrificed to keep our freedom and our Constitution, including our amendments. And I hope you thanked your God, whoever she is. It is sad that this year we have added several Capitol Police officers to our patriots we now need to remember on Memorial Day. So on with my speech tonight. I'm speaking tonight to oppose that San Clemente become a Second Amendment freedom and sanctuary city. First, is that a legal term? And what does that really mean? For me, will that mean I'll see gun shops all over our town? Would San Clemente be sued if a gun was purchased by someone not following federal and San Clemente and California laws? The cases in this resolution seem to only apply to possessing guns for self-protection within a home. Does a sanctuary city mean that all types of guns can be in a home? Do restrictions on gun laws include background checks, limits on high-powered weapons, and how much ammunition you can have? What is a sanctuary city mean, and who decides which of the laws we are opposing? I'm not a constitutional scholar, and I assume that really there is really no one in this room who is, but just reading some about the resolutions and reviewing some Second Amendment comments on things like the Cornell University Law website, this issue needs to be decided in the courts, not by resolution. In general, this resolution is an improvement over the earlier version, but it's still unclear to me. The resolution is not going to decide anything. The decisions will have to be made in court, and the San Clemente resolutions do not set the enforcement policy of the Orange County Sheriff, our police force. So I have two major points. Passing this resolution is looking for a lawsuit, the kind brought by victims of gun violence perpetrated by someone whose gun should theoretically have been confiscated. There are more important issues for my city council to be spending some time discussing and deciding. So let's reject this resolution and concentrate on a summer of recovery and booming businesses in our safe, beautiful Spanish village by the sea.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Donna Vidrine.
I personally ask you to vote no or abstain from passing the proposed resolution that labels San Clemente a sanctuary city for Second Amendment rights. Our city council represents all of San Clemente. It is clear that the majority do not support this resolution for many reasons. This will create more division in our city and will not make San Clemente a safer city. The OSCD should enforce laws, serve, and protect us. Do not ask them to choose which laws they will enforce. The proposed resolution by Councilman James undermines the rule of law and fosters distrust in law enforcement and the communities they serve. This will not make San Clemente neighborhood safer. What does sanctuary city mean to you? Will gun owner rights be protected when due to crimes committed or because of mental illness, their gun rights are revoked? They can receive sanctuary in San Clemente? Who are you protecting with this resolution? We should enforce our laws and reduce violence committed with guns in our schools and communities. We are wearing orange tonight to support the National Gun Violence Awareness Day and weekend to honor those lives taken or forever changed by gun violence, working with others to achieve the goal of ending gun violence. I request the proposed resolution be read aloud tonight. It is improper to promote Eddie Eagle Gun Safe program in this resolution when several gun training and gun safety courses are available to San Clemente residents, including training by the OSCD. This is an NRA course, and those who are not members of the NRA or receive political contributions from the NRA do not benefit monetarily from this advertisement in this city's resolution. I ask our city council tonight to vote no on Councilman James' proposal to label San Clemente as a sanctuary city for Second Amendment rights. I ask that you respect the rule of law and honor our democracy and Constitution of the United States of America. Donna Vidrine, San Clemente resident, veteran, United States Air Force for 7 years, and gun owner. Thank you.
Warren Vidrine.
They're on your shirt.
Thanks, council. I would like to speak on this. I've looked carefully at the revised text of the proposed Second Amendment resolution. I have several problems with this resolution. I consider its adoption foolish, inappropriate, and potentially dangerous. While the new text no longer attacks our elected government, it contains some troublesome elements. The recommended Eddie Eagle Gun Safe program is an NRA program. I was an NRA junior safety instructor many years ago. And before the NRA was taken over by the gun manufacturers lobby. Sometime after the takeover, I checked with an NRA friend about my old gun safety program. The new course, the structure isn't that different, but it now comes with a heavy load of extremist propaganda literature from the gun manufacturers lobby. The NRA has become morally bankrupt. It is now also financially bankrupt. It's not even, this program's not even in the Yelp 100 top gun safety programs in Orange County. I don't know how far down it is, but it's below. I strongly recommend this particular program be avoided. I'm surprised to see it advertised. And I think that if we need a gun safety program, the sheriff's department can give us some advice. And or we can pick from the upper tier of the Yelp list. There are no useful or valid reasons for a resolution of this type. This resolution only functions as a dog whistle. I grew up in the South. I know all about dog whistles. And it would tend to attract undesirable elements to our very quiet town. Sanctuary. Sanctuary has a long and very specific history in Western law. It applied to churches protecting the helpless from inhumane treatment inside the church's sanctuaries. Its historical misapplication is properly called nullification. Nullification is the idea that a locality or state does not have to
Warren.
abide.
I'm sorry, your time is over. Thank you. You said nullification at the end. Is that the word you used, Warren?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Jill Watson.
Good evening, council. My name is Jill Watson. I've been a resident and homeowner in San Clemente for 35 plus years. I believe San Clemente should become a Second Amendment sanctuary city. We are not asking for open carry or different gun rules. I don't understand why they keep talking about how it's going to ruin our city. People will know that we're in favor of this, and criminals will probably be more likely not to hang out here. Governor Newsom, don't get me started, plans on releasing 70,000 criminals into our population. That's 70,000 criminals. We are also close to the border, where we know there are thousands of illegals making their way up through our state. Criminals, drug dealers, cartel, human trafficking, just to name a few. To me, adding another layer of protection for my Second Amendment right is something I feel we need to vote yes on tonight. We need to send a clear message to our politicians that gun owners will not accept gun control laws that infringe on our constitutional rights. More than 400 municipalities and 20 states have passed these kinds of resolutions. I ask that you all vote yes tonight to approve San Clemente in becoming a Second Amendment sanctuary city. Thank you.
Jeff Wellman.
Honorable Council, Mayor Ward, thanks for the time this evening. I'm here to speak in favor of Mayor Pro Tem Gene James's resolution to make San Clemente a sanctuary city for our Second Amendment rights. I guess to tone it down a little bit, there's a lot of emotion involved. You can hear it in the overflow. Standing on this, hardwood surface in here, and I see our council member, Chris Duncan. I think the last time we saw each other, our daughters were playing basketball together, right? Having a great time. And I think we met each other's in-laws and everything was great, right? Two San Clemente families having a good time. And obviously we're on different sides of the aisle. I think people who know us saw us running for city council campaigning and know we fall on different sides of the spectrum. But I feel like, two families treating each other with class and respect is what it's all about. And I think we should continue that here tonight is, we can hear some emotions kind of coming into the main room here. Back to the Second Amendment, James Madison, he's actually the author of it. And it was first proposed on June 8th, pretty close to this date in 1789. It was then adopted nearly 2 years later on December 15th. And it directly says, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I feel that this amendment is in support of that simply. I don't think this garners or grants people any extra rights or attracts any, extremism to come here to San Clemente, but it's just kind of, San Clemente being a city on the hills or with a lighthouse, being a lighthouse to those that respect the Constitution and stability and safety. Just about a year ago, I watched as the BLM activists marched down our Del Mar Street that we're here right now. I helped numerous businesses board up their windows because they're afraid of what was going to happen. And so to me, that really rings effect. And, that's why I'm supportive of this resolution. I would like to read it in full, to fully give it the, high five of support, like I think most people would. And I'm actually, I agree with the moms here tonight, Moms Demand Action. I'm not for gun violence. I'm raising 4 kids here in this town, along with my wife. No one wants violence. I think that's the opposite of Ole Henson's dream that was, read in context. And I agree with that. But I believe this just provides more stability for those that follow the Constitution and that want to raise our families here in peace in this charming town by the sea. And so I'd ask you guys each to vote yes on this resolution, and grateful for your guys' citizenship and volunteership for everything you guys do. Thank you.
The next 5 speakers will be Stuart Anderson, Judith Brandt, Bert Sandin, Bridget Callaman, and Dawn Sherry. So Stuart Anderson first.
Good evening, and I want to thank you for letting me speak tonight. I read the proposal that was put forward in sections 2 and 3, promote gun safety by encouraging education, which is a good thing. I like that. But section 1, making San Clemente a sanctuary city, wants to ignore gun safety laws that are passed by any other government body. So it really comes down to, do you want more guns? Do you want any style of gun in San Clemente? Do you want higher capacity clips? It seems to me it's pretty obvious. We don't want those things in our city. We're not here to litigate the Second Amendment. That's our right to bear arms. But to promote more guns, and we hear every week of mass shootings, just seems silly to me. And so I strongly urge you to vote no on this silly proposal. Thank you.
Judith Brandt. Judith Brandt.
Good evening. My name is Judith Brandt, and I'm a 20-year resident of San Clemente. And I'm here to speak against the resolution to designate San Clemente as a Second Amendment sanctuary city. The resolution is irresponsible and politically extreme, and it stands in direct opposition to the council's mission, which is to maintain a safe, healthy environment in which to work and play, preserve and enhance our village character, and promote economic vitality and diversity. I respectfully request your unanimous decision to uphold your mission and to decline consideration of this resolution tonight and in the future. Thank you.
Bert Sandin.
Good evening. I'm a 32-year resident. I don't have a prepared speech. I just saw that there weren't that many people here defending the right tonight. I like the idea that our council would affirm any of the Constitution in its amendments anytime it wants to. The idea that a right could be infringed creates the need for people to stand up for it, or that right might be lost. So I stand in support of our council doing that. One of the comments that was made and also was in the newspaper, that this is a divisive issue and we just don't need it. Peace isn't the result of avoiding divisive issues. It's the result of bringing reason and regulation and force to truth. And I would like to see the council reasonably support our rights. Thank you.
Bridget Callanan. Bridget Callanan.
Thank you. I'm here to oppose the resolution, as I believe most clergy and young families in San Clemente would also probably oppose it, as surveys throughout the country have understood. Most Americans don't want assault rifles on our streets. They're afraid of the ghost guns that are being manufactured in homes off of 3D printers. Why we don't have federal legislation to ban those? They belong only in the arms of our military. I've never been afraid or felt need of a gun, although I've been a resident for 30 years in Orange County and over 10 in San Clemente. I've lived in Europe in 3 countries. I've lived in Asia for 4 years and Africa for 3. And at no time did I need a gun. And I'll tell you, I have family in Europe who look at us like we're idiots, and how much harder the job is for our police to manage crime when anybody can have a gun, even an illegal one. It's not that hard. So I think, you know, the NRA likes to say the problem's not the guns, the problem's the shooter. And I think, no, the problem is the guns. And I just beg of you to not support this. Thank you. Good night.
Dawn Cherry.
Thank you. My last name is Volgogasong, so it's Dawn Cherie Volgogasong. I didn't put my last name because it's quite long. I'm here to support Jean James' bill. I am a San Clemente resident of 22 years. I'm a homeowner. I'm a law-abiding citizen and I pay my taxes. I'm very active in San Clemente. I love our city and I love our nation. I love our Constitution. I'm pro-God, pro-life, pro-Constitution and freedom, pro-Republic. As an American patriot, I value my God-given rights, my freedom, and my liberties. And by the way, I am a mom of a 17-year-old. I just had to throw that in there. I realize, and sitting here, the passion is so high between both sides, no matter which side you're on. I can relate to the moms that are here, and I can also stand firm with our constitutional rights. And I agree with the gentleman that came here with no speech prepared. I'm here for truth, to stand up for truth. And if we don't have people who stand for truth, what happens is little by little, it gets taken away by the people who want to control us. Or like Jill said, with having 79 plus, because 18,000 prisoners were released earlier in California, that leaves us vulnerable to the criminals who are very well equipped to getting guns illegally. So we have the right to bear arms. That's our right. And I'm here to stand to ask that you vote yes on this amendment. I did some research and I do want to bring this up. There are 50% counties in the nation that have already passed their bills. These are counties with cities linked together. There are 8 states that have linked together an interstate Second Amendment sanctuary. What I saw those other counties do is actually hold town halls and meetings to educate the citizens as to exactly what their bills were going to do. And I think having an education might solve some of the things that I'm hearing tonight. But people need to realize that criminals will always get guns. People will have guns. We just need to have our Second Amendment rights, as our forefathers wrote for us, to bear arms. I will tell you this, I live in a street where last year, if you guys remember, the San Bernardino robbers came into San Clemente, that high car speed chase, and ended up on my street, 2 houses down. Those robbers were in the backyard. Believe me, before the sheriffs got here, we were very afraid. So that's what I'm for. I'm for protecting my family, my home, and my rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you
I
very
say
much.
yes.
Crystal Dryer.
Madam Clerk, do we still have where you can read 5 names at a time? We have enough cards?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's gonna be Crystal Dryer, Ed Burns, Tim Resser, Pamela Roth, Fiona Carroll. So Crystal Dryer. Okay. Ed Burns.
Good evening, council. My name is Ed Burns, 20-plus year resident of San Clemente, retired Marine Corps officer, now local business owner, and also raising daughters in this great town. I'm here to support my voice for Mayor Pro Tem James's resolution on making San Clemente a Second Amendment sanctuary city. Although not binding, it does send a message to our local government supports the Constitution as well as the rights of its citizens to keep and bear arms. However, this is not the only message it sends. It also speaks to those tens of thousands of convicted criminals that have already been prematurely released under Prop 47 and 57, as well as the pending premature release of 76,000 additional convicted felons awaiting release. As the economy stumbles to recover under the current administration and a massive increase over the past year, there has been the rates of various crimes throughout the country. In the past 4 months, alone, LA County has seen a 73% increase of people being shot in Los Angeles. The statistic is according to LAPD Chief Michael Moore. Additionally, soft on crime district attorneys such as LA County have enacted a bail deviation program, i.e. no bail for misdemeanor, nonviolent, and non-serious felonies. Someone will have to explain what a non-serious felony is to me one day. This translates to no accountability for one's criminal actions and therefore no fear of being caught committing a crime. Unfortunately, this is just the beginning. As inflation, gas prices, and unemployment continue to rise, so will crime. And it is no secret that LA criminals and gang members have a propensity for selecting upscale beach communities such as ours as their soft targets for criminal activity. And we know, and now we have 2 converging storms, non-rehabilitated inmates flooding the streets and a lack of opportunity for employment. So now crime without consequences becomes a way forward for these criminals. Again, sending a message that San Clemente and its governing body that represents its citizens respect and the residents' right to keep and bear arms can and will be a deterrent for those wanting to commit crimes in our town. Finally, as a former anti-terrorism training officer for the Marine Corps, everyone here should know that San Clemente, even though we are number 34 on crime, which is great, we're also a target of opportunity for foreign actors who are bent on attacking the United States. With Camp Pendleton and its 70,000 personnel, makes Marines and sailors vulnerable while off base. We've all seen the lines of Marines this week on weekends, waiting en masse for haircuts on El Camino Real. Imagine multiple attackers and multiple barbershops on a Sunday morning. Although these Marines are hell on the battlefield, which I can personally attest to, they are soft targets of opportunity on the weekend, and most are unarmed or able to defend themselves. Again,
Thank you.
proclaiming San Clemente as a Second Amendment sanctuary city sends a message to both enemies, foreign and domestic, that
Thank
we
you
are
very
not a
much.
soft target.
Tim Resser.
Madam Clerk, can you read the name again?
Tim Resser.
Who is after Mr. Resser?
Pamela Roth.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Ward, Mayor Pro Tem Jean James, and the rest of the city council people. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak on this. My name is Pamela Roth, and I am a 10-year San Clemente resident. This council should adopt Jean James' proposal that San Clemente be the Second Amendment sanctuary city. Anyone who thinks otherwise, I believe, is not thinking this issue through. First of all, the Second Amendment does not encourage or lead to gun violence. In fact, the opposite is true. Studies show that when there are more gun-owning, law-abiding people in a community, the crime rate goes down. I will repeat that. Studies show that when there are more gun-owning, law-abiding people in a community, the crime rate goes down. It would make San Clemente safer. Second, every single one of you, you were in a movie theater or a classroom or at home when some deranged person barged in and started shooting. Every single one of you would crouch and hope to God that a law-abiding person in the room has a gun or will show up soon. Every one of you. Third, San Clemente should not only be a Second Amendment sanctuary city, it should be a sanctuary city for the entire Bill of Rights. This is the United States of America. And by declaring ourselves a Second Amendment sanctuary city, all we are doing is showing the world that we in San Clemente stand for the United States Constitution. I'd like to close with a quote from Judge O. Scanlon's Ninth Circuit decision in Nordyke versus King, and I quote, "The right to keep and bear arms is deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition. Colonial revolutionaries, the founders, and a host of commentators and lawmakers living during the first 100 years of the Republic all insisted on the fundamental nature of the right. It has long been regarded as the true palladium of liberty. Colonists relied on it to assert and win their independence, and the victorious Union sought to prevent a recalcitrant South from abridging it less than a century later. The crucial role this deeply rooted right has played in our birth and history compels us to recognize that it is indeed fundamental, that is necessary to the Anglo-American conception of ordered liberty that we have inherited. I strongly ask again that the City Council adopt the resolution to make San Clemente a Second Amendment sanctuary city. Thank you very much.
Fiona Carroll.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. I'm here tonight to comment on the actions of politicians in San Clemente and across the country. The recent local road rage murder of a child prompted me to share the Moms Demand Action website link with Councilman James. I had hoped that daily stories about victims, data about successful gun laws, and how to promote their Be Smart program to educate parents about safe gun storage might be eye-opening. His reply came as a shock. He sent a picture from the website of a mural of George Floyd's face and said, "Interesting hero for moms. I assume you want your sons to grow up and be just like this gentleman." I honestly didn't know what to say. I had expressed my sincere concern about gun violence and had hoped for empathy. Instead, I got mockery of me, my organization, and a murder victim. Tonight, I'm going to try a more productive approach by recognizing his concerns in the hopes that he'll recognize mine. Councilman James, I believe you care deeply about your community and your country, and you're concerned about the things you've seen. I'm guessing that our chosen news sources show us different pictures of what's going on. I'm confronted with images of violence against Black people and peaceful protesters, and you're seeing images of violent vandals and arsonists destroying city blocks. I know that you see guns as protection against this sort of violence, and I know that it would be incredibly difficult to bring you towards my viewpoint, that gun violence is a public health crisis, and that learning from sensible and effective laws from around the world can help save lives and leave behind the extreme fear, which is what I've heard a lot of tonight, that makes us react so violently towards one another. In fact, I just want to hopefully interject this one thing. One of the school shooters in Idaho, the teacher hugged the shooter. That's how they didn't have a gun. They hugged the shooter, and that was amazing to me. I believe we can do this as we respect our country's basic right to bear arms, but in a sensible way that learns from our past. While I don't expect you to suddenly change your mind about these issues, I would hope that you'd refrain from using this divisive label for the city. I feel this agenda item is unnecessary and it follows a dangerous path of anti-democracy actions across the country. Last year, I worked with a Get Out the Vote group called Activate America to replace the Senate leader who blocked legislation supported by 90% of voters. That's not democracy. The fear that gun ownership is threatened is similar to the unproven fear that we can't trust our election process. Since voting is the only way to rid ourselves of those promoting this lie, I'm working to protect voter rights with Fair Fight Action. I've also recently been involved with Braver Angels, an organization dedicated to bringing our polarized country together. I know the two councilmen supporting this agenda item love their city just like I do, but I don't see how this confusing resolution addresses any problems. To my fellow community members, I encourage you to take action with groups that are fighting for progress on these issues. But I also encourage us all, myself included, to reach out to those who disagree and listen. Listen to why they feel as they do, ask them where they get their information about the issues, ask about their personal stories. Thank you.
The next 5 speakers will be Aaron C., Sam, I think it says Funk, I can't read that, Gloria Glanville, Marge Sosa, and Brett Gross. So Aaron C.
Hello, Council. My name is Erin Korn. I'm here again to oppose a resolution to name San Clemente a gun sanctuary. To be clear, a gun sanctuary refers to a city which rejects the enforcement of existing state and federal laws. It's unenforceable and it's a symbolic statement. Beyond this being a resolution that has no legal merit, it demonstrates a lack of respect for the people of San Clemente and its council members. This is not a debate over gun rights tonight or gun control, because by definition, the city council has no bearing on gun laws. Gene James and Steve Knobloch are using the city of San Clemente to make a political statement that has been largely opposed by the city residents themselves. The process to even review this agenda item has been sloppy, as one resident pointed out in our last meeting. Since April, this has been a matter of discussion, yet when asked for a vote on the resolution, both the council and public had not received the resolution in writing. Gene James' response at the last meeting was, "I thought I sent it. Evidently, that did not occur. How convenient." In his own public comments on Facebook, love the page, Gene James misleadingly states that there's an overwhelming mail against the agenda by a very organized anti-gun owner group. Well, I'm not aware of the anti-gun owner group that was present at any of these meetings that he refers to, but Moms Demand Action is not an anti-gun group. My father is a gun owner. My brother is a gun owner. They regularly go to gun events, yet I am here to oppose this resolution. And Steve Knobloch in the last meeting said, we don't want to go down the road of the totalitarian states. That line of argument for a Southern California city by the sea seems to be a bit of a reach, don't you think? So here we are for another city council meeting debating a symbolic statement. This undermines existing laws, public safety, fosters distrust between law enforcement and community, and as we've all heard tonight, causes confusion. If this agenda item passes, San Clemente will be saddled with a hugely divisive label for the entire county, state, and country to see. And to be clear, there is no other city in California, with the exception of Needles, that has adopted such a resolution, and that is for good cause. I believe in the right to bear arms. I believe in the Second Amendment. And once again, to be clear, even if this passes, this will not give any gun owners in San Clemente additional protection. It is purely a political move. I do not support San Clemente passing a symbolic statement that sows doubt in our community. Thank you. My name is Erin Korn. I'm a San Clemente resident, mother of a 3-year-old, taxpayer, and homeowner.
Sam Funk. Is Sam Funk here?
Good evening. My name's Sam Funk. Been a resident for over 30 years, wife and 5 kids raised here. And I want to show my support for Pro Tem James and Councilman Knobloch's resolution to make San Clemente a sanctuary city. One of the things I want to say first off is that regardless of the decision, there's going to be division in the city. No matter, all these people say 4 is going to be divisive and against going to be divisive. So that's immaterial as far as I'm concerned. The measure or the resolution is something that supports the Constitution. It doesn't change it. It doesn't make it enhance it in any way. It's there. It's a symbolic. There are many people who will be emotional about this. People already are. I just suggest, as a veteran and resident of here and a gun owner, that we use our thinking more than our emotions. Thinking of all the things that have been brought up about criminal activities locally, internationally, in our county. This is a symbolic measure. It's non-binding. That doesn't mean that people have to get guns. It's not going to change any way the guns are made. It's not going to change how much ammo can fit in a gun. It's strictly a symbolic to tell the world, tell the local community that we are a city that believes in allowing the residents to bear arms. So there is a lot of cities in the country that do have strict gun control, and many of those are some of the worst criminal activities in the country. So I just want to again say my support for the measure, and thank you for listening to me.
Madam Clerk, I want to do a point of order for anyone that's in the audience. It is necessary that you wear a mask while you're here. It's only when you go up to the podium that you can remove your mask at this time. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, you don't need that in writing, do you?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Gloria Glenville.
Good evening. I'm Gloria Glanville. I've been a resident of San Clemente for 20 years now, after working for county mental health in another county for a good 30 years. Certainly suicide is an issue that I'm very familiar with, having worked on a psychiatric emergency team. I'm not going to talk about gun control. I don't think that our amendment to have the right to have arms is being eroded. What I think that many people are interested in is looking at war weapons that are inappropriate and that so many people seem to have access and belong in wars and not on our streets. Oh, there I go, getting into gun control. I support all of our amendments in our Constitution, and I don't think it's being eroded upon. What I hear tonight is the fear that so many people in our community feel. I can understand that. I've heard many of the comments about early release from our jails and prisons. And we're all aware of the mass shootings that are taking place. Also, the tragic accidents that happen in our homes. I won't say anything more because I think it's been addressed very eloquently by previous speakers. But I hope that the council will not pass this resolution, but go on to other issues that will serve our community better. Thank you for this opportunity. I am so proud of due process and our community that respects it. And whether or not we agree on all issues, I have great respect for everyone in this room and outside and all of my fellow residents. Thank you. Good night.
Marge Sosa.
I'm Marge Sosa. I've been here as of this past weekend, 32 years, and very happy to be here in San Clemente. I think it's a wonderful city. I hate to see things like this divisive resolution being brought up. Gun ownership is protected by the Second Amendment. This is totally unnecessary. And I don't see people taking guns away from people. I think that it's only going to cause a lot of division, and it runs counter to a sanctuary for families, which is what I think this city is, a sanctuary for families, not a sanctuary for gun owners. It makes us a bad example, I think, for a lot of places, and it causes people to think that we're a little bit, well, I won't say that. Anyway, there have been so many killings from guns. As the nation mourns the 9 dead from San Jose's recent mass shooting, it puts us into stark relief the ongoing gun violence crisis and the urgent needs to address it. In 2021, there have been 232 mass shootings. Now, this is a couple of days old, so that's probably out of date. This means that we've had 81 more mass shooting events than we've had days in the year. So I think that's what we should be concentrating on, is reducing gun violence, not providing a sanctuary for people to have more guns. We have more guns than per person than any other nation in the world, and we have more gun violence than any other nation in the world. So guns are what is causing all this violence. Why do we want to do something that's going to cause more gun violence? And I want to ask Gene James if he will sometime tonight explain exactly why he wants this this resolution. I know you said that before the last board meeting, you said that it was because our guns are being, or the right to own guns in the Second Amendment is threatened. I don't see that at all. And maybe you could address how many guns you have and if any of them are assault rifles, because those are the ones that are the real problem. So I don't see a necessity for this resolution. And more than that, I see that it's going to be a dividing issue for time immemorial. I mean, everybody's going to be upset about it. So I think it's not a good idea. Thank you.
Brett Gross.
Should I kneel? Members of the council, I'm grateful to be able to be here speaking to you the day after Memorial Day, when we honor those American citizens who have given their lives to defend our Constitution. And I'm grateful for the First Amendment, which guarantees my ability to speak to you tonight. I am, more on point, a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. I am a San Clemente resident. I'm a homeowner. I've lived here for 57 years. I learned how to shoot on Camp Pendleton. I was 14 years old when I first fired a gun that wasn't a BB gun. It was a 1903 Springfield rifle. I'd been deer hunting with a retired Marine family friend. He taught me before I laid a hand on that gun, rules of safe gun handling. I could recite them, but I'm sure you all know them. I'm one of those people that likes to snicker and say that I'm not afraid of anybody taking my guns because they'll have to pry it from my cold dead fingers. I am not afraid of my Second Amendment rights to be a responsible and safe gun ownership being taken away from me. When I read that you are considering the adoption of a non-binding resolution in support for the right to bear arms, yes, I'm so excited. And then I read the resolution. The title of the resolution and the text of the resolution uses a phrase, Second Amendment sanctuary. A sixth grader could Google that and find out what that means. And several other speakers tonight have talked about what that means. Someone used the term nullification. There are many cities and counties in the United States that have adopted Second Amendment sanctuary ordinances and laws. And by and large, they all have one concern, and that is that there be no infringement on any gun ownership, including there should not be universal background checks to make sure felons don't legally buy a gun. Red flag laws, which would keep people like me, who was at the range this afternoon, and by the way, I told the sheriffs that I might do this. I still have my holster on, but there's no gun in it. A red flag law keeps me from bringing my gun to a meeting. It keeps other people who perhaps don't have the level of self-control that others have from bringing a gun to the meeting and pulling it out and using it. Yes, I know there are those who say we'd all be safer if everybody was armed. I'm pretty confident that our sheriff's department here can take care of that job here tonight. When seconds count, the sheriff's minutes away. So in my home, I have them. I oppose this resolution because I do not want our city to align itself with a movement that wishes to strike down any common sense ordinances that protect us from people who are not stable. Thank you.
The next speakers will be Bill Krutinger, Rick Leffler, Chris Hosmer, Paulette, no last name provided, and Adele Lux. So Bill Krutinger. Bill Krutinger.
You're up, Bill.
I wasn't sure if there were people in queue ahead of me here, but Mayor Ward, Council, it's good to see you all again on this subject that's become familiar. I think we've discussed it a handful of times already. I don't know how many pages the old one was, but that it was trimmed down to just one page really is a fantastic step in the right direction. There's really only one page left to go, but it doesn't do any good for people that want it, and it creates a lot of consternation for people that don't. And it seems almost like a fool's errand to even discuss it. I'm tired of discussing it. And it kind of brings me down thinking about how much time each of you and the city staff has spent discussing this non-binding, divisive, just kind of meaningless resolution. It's my hope today that you guys will table it to a date non-existent or just vote it down and be done with the damn thing forever so we can move on with city business. Thank you.
Rick Leffler.
Thought you weren't here, Rick.
What a beautiful group. This is awesome. Nice to see you guys again. I apologize for, I'm going to read this. I usually try to kind of talk off the cuff, but it's been so long, I've started writing things down. So anyway, in regards to the proposal to establish San Clemente as a sanctuary Second Amendment city, I would like to share a few thoughts. The Second Amendment has historically been a flashpoint when discussing rights. Passionate and sincere arguments have been made on both sides. Since the constitutional term arms immediately becomes guns, it's not surprising that this is a flashpoint. We have heard many varied arguments, comments, and I enjoyed them all, thought they were all cogent. While the proposed proclamation is in fact specifically related to our Second Amendment rights, the proposal should be viewed as an affirmation of our city's commitment to endorse all of our rights under the Constitution by promoting the amendment most frequently under attack. I wonder what the public's response would have been if the proposed proclamation would have been that our city will identify itself as a First Amendment sanctuary city. Many would say there's no need for this. We're already afforded that protection under the Constitution. Yet under our state leadership, we were deprived of the right to assemble or attend our places of worship, both violations of our First Amendment rights. These rights were taken without notice or due process. If these rights can be taken so easily, can we be assured that no other rights will be targeted in the future? The thought troubles me, and I know it troubles many others. Since it is the Second Amendment that is the most targeted, it seems reasonable that we are diligent in assuring its protection. To those opposing this proclamation because they are strictly anti-gun, I would remind them that in this proclamation actually encourages gun owners to complete firearm safety courses, ensure the security of their weapons and the safety of their children. If I had written the proclamation, I would have included verbiage that would encourage adoption of mandated registration and universal background checks. While other California cities continue to proclaim themselves as sanctuary cities to protect criminals from arrest and prosecution, it might be refreshing to acknowledge and support a different point of view. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Chris Hosmer. Chris Hosmer. Paulette.
Who is after Paulette? Can you name a couple people?
Adele Lux.
I see
Thor
Adele.
Johnson. An anonymous speaker. Tim J.C. Von Glasgow.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name's Paulette. I am a 32-year resident of San Clemente. I'm a California native. Thank you. And I stand in support of the resolution of support of the right to bear arms, of adopting that resolution. I'm also a mother and a grandmother. So I've watched California change over my 63 years of living here. And I'd have to say it hasn't changed for the better. It's really changed for the worse. I used to be able to run my neighborhood from morning till dark, and my parents didn't have to worry that I was going to be kidnapped and, assaulted, all that horrible stuff that is happening now in California and across our country. It's very sad. I think part of it is because we've become so loose on crime, and we just worry so much about those criminals, those poor law-breaking criminals. Let's do everything we can for them, and let's not worry about the citizens, the law-abiding citizens. So I wonder if these people are so afraid of guns. I just don't think that they understand that the criminal, who is the lawbreaker, breaks the laws. They will not worry about the fact that we have strict gun laws. We have strict gun laws, and they're not going to worry about that. They don't, and they use their guns freely. And so here's what I know to be true. It was already mentioned. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who hasn't had these thoughts. If I'm going to a mall, if I'm going to take my grandkids walking down Del Mar, down to the beach, my kids in school, where does the criminal go? Where does the madman go? He goes to the place where there is no conceal and carry allowed. So they prey on the weak or the non-defensive, people who can't defend themselves. I'll tell you what, so it's crossed my mind. I'm in a shop, I'm in the mall, and somebody opens fire. Well, what do? Well, I'm going to protect my grandchildren if they're there. But the other thing is, I'm praying to God that there's going to be somebody there with their God-given, their constitutional rights to bear arms, the conceal and carry person who's going to take that criminal down. And so thank you. I support the Second Amendment. I see it as we're just supporting the Second Amendment. And I hope we have the guts to show California that we appreciate our Constitution and our First and Second Amendment rights. Thank you. And all of them.
Adele Lux.
Good evening, council members and Joanne. I'm Adele Lux. I was born and raised in San Clemente. I've been here as of Friday, 61 years. I am in support of this amendment, this resolution to protect our Second Amendment. I noticed everybody here agrees that we do have the right to protect ourselves. Everybody's in agreement with the Second Amendment. This is just another layer. Like you said, it's just a resolution. It's not really a law. I was scared to death of guns till I went to On Target and practiced. I went through a background check. I own a gun. I had the DOJ do a background check on me quite a few times. I really find it exhilarating to go in and shoot around a box of bullets at the shooting range. And it's really fun when you hit the target. And I take it very seriously. I agree with background checks. I had to have fingerprints, and I'm really excited that why can't we all just get along? Why can't we all just come together? Because everybody agrees with the Second Amendment. So why can't we all just agree on something being done? Like we said before, all the people being released from jail, the border, the mask, like I was born and raised here, and I too would be able to run the streets, and things change. I understand that. And the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And I'm really grateful to be here. And this is my city, and I'm not going anywhere. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, the next speakers will be Thor Johnson, 20-year resident, declined to give name. Tim J.C. Von Glasgow and Tony Rubelino.
Good evening, council. My name is Thor Johnson, and from the bottom of my heart, I would like to sincerely thank Mayor Pro Tem James for proposing this resolution, as well as Councilmember Noblock for supporting it. The Second Amendment was meant to help the people protect themselves against a tyrannical government. Just like the revolutionaries who fought against the King of England, they wanted to maintain their right to bear arms in case a new government began to take away their rights. Within the past year, the government made it illegal for us to go to church. They made it illegal for us to go to school, for us to open up a business to feed our families. They made it illegal to go to the beach. They even tried to make it illegal for me to see my family and my grandmother. This is not a tyrannical government. I don't know what is. And they want to take away my only right to defend myself and my loved ones. With that being said, I don't only ask you guys, or excuse me, I don't only ask this council to support this resolution tonight, but I also challenge you to make more resolutions to make San Clemente a sanctuary city for freedom. So all of our rights that have been trampled on over the past year and even longer doesn't happen again. So again, council, I urge you please to support Mayor Pro Tem James's resolution tonight. Thank you.
Okay, the anonymous speaker.
I thank you also for the opportunity to be able to speak about this very important topic. I moved here 20 years ago, a little bit after 9/11. I'm asking you to vote against this resolution. I'm asking you to vote against it for the following reasons. We have 5 council members. We have Mayor Pro Tem James, who has recused himself. We have Councilmember Ferguson, who has recused herself. We have Councilman Knobloch, who supports the resolution in its essence. And we have 2 council members, the mayor, Ward, and Chris Duncan, who ultimately will be the deciding factors, the deciders. This is important because it is for the whole city of San Clemente. This issue, in my opinion, should not be decided by 2 people. Basically, 2 people. Why Councilman Knobloch did not recuse himself, I don't know. Why did Councilman James recuse himself? I don't know. It seems to me if we have a council of 5 council members, that each person should be voting. You know, I mean, it's down to 2 people. You might want to consider giving the vote to the residents of San Clemente, because those are really the people who are going to be living with your decision. These are the people that will live every day, every minute of every hour with the decision that you're going to be making about the Second Amendment sanctuary city that 2 people already are voting for. I thought you were supposed to come in unbiased or else recuse yourself, such as Councilman Ferguson. I believe that Councilman Knobloch should also recuse himself, since he openly supports the amendment. I would like to see the council go back to chambers and reconsider this very, very fundamental life pivoting resolution that's in front of us this evening. Thank you.
Jim J.C. Von Glasgow.
Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. And I'm here to show my support for the Second Amendment sanctuary. Thank you, Gene. This is a great idea. Common sense. A good guy with a gun is needed to stop a bad guy with a loaded gun. The good guys whose job it is, God bless them, cannot always be there in time because things happen lightning fast when a bad guy makes a bad decision, or even a good person makes a bad decision under stress. People in opposition have voiced some persuasive arguments against it, but We live in the United States of America, and we would not be the United States of America without the Second Amendment. First of all, I didn't come prepared to speak tonight. I just want to voice my support as a citizen of 49 years, this season, this spring. I've witnessed a wake for a friend who sadly committed suicide. His wake was in this room a few years ago. He used a gun. Had he not had a gun, he would have used a knife or the train. People use the train. In Europe, they're using knives to commit crimes that they would have committed with guns. Guns are good. Guns create order. Guns create security and defense. We wouldn't be who we are without them. The British would have walked all over us. And the world would love for us to let go of our guns and walk all over us again. I support the Second Amendment in respect that that's not going to be a possibility in our lifetime or any others. And it's not saying that we have to be some big crazy town with a bunch of guns. It's just saying that we support it. We're a model, we're like a model to the world in our country. We're a star on the scope of what people see. We're right next to Hollywood. We're what the Japanese copy. This is who we are. We create the standard. And the standard should be that the citizens have rights to defend themselves against tyranny or against abuse or against violence. There's always going to be somebody bigger than you. It doesn't matter how big you get. But a gun creates equality. Thank you.
Tony Rubolino.
Who's after Mr. Rubolino? Do we have other cards?
That is the end.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Council. I was here at your last meeting, and I listened to a lot of the arguments from the opposition. And the arguments, I heard comments such as trigger happy, gun nut, redneck, all sorts of crazy things. And Councilman Duncan, I believe you made a comment about tourists possibly not wanting to visit the city if this goes through. So if we're using pseudo-intelligent arguments to advocate against this, then I guess we'll kind of understand what we're up against. And I heard over and over that nobody's wanting to make a gun grab. There's no need for this. And that just seemed to be kind of the running theme. And many of you who are following our governance of our republic right now, you'll understand that just last week, Senator Ted Cruz was able to get the current administration's ATF nominee, David Chipman, on the record that he wants to ban AR-15s. Ban them. He admitted on the record. So when people say there's no effort for a gun grab or added regulation or anything like that, that's not true. What this could be is a litmus test for future city council candidates, because the national topics always come up when panels are up and we're trying to figure out who to vote for. And this could be another reason that we could sort those who we'd like to vote for and those who we'd like to vote against, whatever side you are on the aisle. But it is our responsibility to fight for our constitutional rights. If we don't, there is a very valid threat that those things could be stripped from us. Many of you will remember that there was a meeting a couple of years ago where the city attorney had written a handwritten note and it was read aloud, and the public that was in attendance was asked to vacate chambers. The door was blocked by law enforcement under direction. And then nobody was allowed to return into chambers unless they took an oath to abide by the rules of the city council meeting. And then on top of that, we were asked not to address individual city council members. That's our First Amendment being attacked right there, right here in San Clemente. And we had to fight. And you'll know that San Clemente was at the receiving end of a lawsuit by arguably the nation's top free speech attorney, Harmeet Dillon. And then council had to change its policies and procedures so that that would never happen again. So yes, this is a very valid topic. The residents are obviously well-versed, and I encourage you to support this amendment tonight and wish you luck in your decision. Thank you.
We have received another card from Anne, no last name, and I'll just do one more readout in case the other people that were not present earlier have arrived. It's Chris Hosmer, Tim Resser, and Crystal Dreyer. So if they're here, they need to come. Anne. She just turned in the card. Anne? Okay.
Yes, you can remove your mask.
Thank you. Well, thank you so very much for listening to my opinions. And if I'm incorrect in what I will be saying, your correction or correction by others is most welcome and appreciated. Because my father, an American-born citizen, and his family were incarcerated at Heart Mountain, Wyoming during World War II for merely looking like the enemy. The U.S. Constitution with its Bill of Rights is an invaluable gift in my view. We Americans must be constantly reminded throughout our lives about the Constitution by our parents, families, our schools, and others, so that we will never lose our individual liberties like my father and his family did. In my opinion, our Constitution itself and First Amendment in particular are under attack. Most American citizens know that the Second Amendment protects the First Amendment as well as our Constitution itself. Self-defense is even written in the New Covenant of the Holy Bible in the book of Luke, chapter 22, verse 36, quote, "He that hath no sword, let him sell his garments and buy one," unquote. It has been my belief that the freedom of speech and press are an individual's first line of defense, as in using the word no. If the freedom of speech is abridged, thereby violating the Constitution, then the Second Amendment is there to guarantee the supreme law of the land. Most of us senior citizens know about disarming and the genocide of the European Jewish people and others during the Holocaust and World War II. What do today's young people know about the Holocaust? One 2018 article reported that 33% of Europeans know little or nothing of the Holocaust. And the Washington Post reported in 2018 that 2/3 of millennials don't even know what Auschwitz is. How many have heard about the Armenian genocide that started in 1915 or perhaps even in 2014 that preceded the Holocaust by 3 decades? Stella Morabito, an Armenian American, described how the Armenian genocide happened in her 2015 article. First, quote, "Propaganda manipulated public opinion," unquote. Accusatory labeling and groupthink to generate enough ill will were used so that, quote, "the program of extermination would take place with little resistance from the population," unquote, from my understanding. Second, quote, "Conscription rounded up the men," unquote, after community leaders and intellectuals were removed. Third, quote, "Confiscation of firearms prevented defenses," unquote. Fourth, victims were displaced. Lucine Kasparian, in her 2009 article about the Armenian genocide, recounts how criminals were released from prison to terrorize and harm people. As a side note, I thank Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer for standing up for crime victims by joining a lawsuit against the early release of 76,000 state inmates. Having survived an armed robbery of my family's business when a gun was pointed at face, I will always be grateful for the professional and caring shown to me by law enforcement authorities, especially at this time.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is there no more public comment?
No, just no more.
Okay. So I'm going to close any more public comment on this item and direct it to the council.
Well, I bring this up because I do see many of our constitutional rights being trampled upon. Certainly during COVID, there are constitutional rights were trampled upon, particularly the First Amendment, our ability to gather, to worship, our ability to open a business. And I think it relates to the Second Amendment. People say that our Second Amendment rights are not under attack. We certainly are under attack. Here in the state of California, we can only buy a few firearms that are on the state's DOJ approved list. I am not in the position to say, I'm not advocating a position to say that this is not about open carry. This is not about concealed carry. This is merely about the right to bear arms, and it shall not be infringed. You know, we live in a world that's kind of upside down for me right now. The police are demonized. The rule of law is being ignored. Law-abiding citizens are fearful of what's going on. The attacks of anti-Semitism are off the charts. You see, even here in Orange County, you see anti-Israel protests going on, and it's nothing but a cover for anti-Semitism. Asian hate crime is on the increase. Anti-gay hate crime is on the increase. Even created a need for a group of gay men and women to create an organization called the Pink Pistols, which advocate for the Second Amendment. This is why I bring it up. And I cannot say how sorry I am about how divisive this has been. However, sometimes by hitting an argument head on, you end up having some very constructive conversation. And we come out on the other side understanding each other's points of view. That's why I bring this up. I have no idea whether this will pass this evening. I will shut up for now and let other council members comment on it, at which point I will make a motion and read the resolution. Thank you.
All right, I'll go next. Mayor Ward. Gosh, I want to echo some of those sentiments. I am, well, I've been on the record trying to get this resolution tabled and then decided last week. But I got to say, I am incredibly proud of our city for the eloquent comments on both sides of this. I just thought they were powerful, impassioned, reasoned. And I'm so proud of our residents for being able to come together and disagree on an issue, but disagree in a way that's civil and constructive. Like you said, Mayor Pro Tem James. So I want to thank everyone for their participation. Just a quick note on the COVID restrictions that's been brought up. I mean, to clarify the record, it was an emergency health situation. Measures were taken in the interest of trying to protect people from contracting the disease. So I don't think that's sort of a fair comparison, just to kind of set the record straight there. That was a unique, once in a 100-year situation of a pandemic. As you may know, I served my entire career in law enforcement, working hand in hand with gun carriers. I wasn't a gun carrier myself, but I'm very sensitive to what our law enforcement officers go through, and I believe in law and order. So that's why I have some trouble with this sanctuary resolution, because what other purpose other than potentially allowing the immunity from laws could it stand for? Just like I would not support a sanctuary immigration city. And when I was in Customs and Border Protection, I saw how destructive that was to communities when the law enforcement officers did not know what laws to follow and what laws not to follow. This is non-binding, it's symbolic, but it does put our sheriff's deputies in that same impossible position. So I could not support it for that reason. You know, like some of the commenters have said, I don't believe this would give the folks who support it what they're looking for. I do think it would be very detrimental to our law enforcement officers, to our sheriff's deputies. And I do think it would portray our city in a negative light and draw negative attention towards our city, which is exactly the opposite of what we need as we come out of the pandemic. We want our businesses to get roaring. We want our families to feel safe. So please, to all my other council members, please take all of those to heart as we vote on this, again, non-binding, ineffectual resolution, whether it's worth it to go there on this with all of the potential downsides that I mentioned. Thank you for the time, Mayor Ward.
Councilmember Noblock, would you like to make a comment? Not right now. Councilmember Ferguson.
Sure, thanks, Mayor. I too have appreciated the comments from the residents on both sides of this resolution. Very eloquent, very passionate, and I can see both sides of this issue. In terms of the Second Amendment, I'm a big supporter. I think everyone has been that has written us, so I appreciate that. People believe in our Constitution, very patriotic people here in San Clemente, which I love. The Second Amendment, to read it here in my little guide, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And this resolution, without this, we still have the Second Amendment. With it, we have the Second Amendment. So I hear some speakers tonight telling situations about how they may not, it kind of alluded to the fact that they may not be able to have guns without this resolution. And I just want everyone to understand that that's not the case. We had the Second Amendment. I haven't seen an effort across America in 50 states to try to relinquish that or remove it from the Constitution and our amendments here. So I feel very confident in that. I do have an issue, and as many people have, with the word sanctuary. It has a connotation that's a little negative, or provides a refuge or a safety from enforcement, and it's created I think a lot of the panic in the community in terms of the communications that we've received. So that is troublesome to me. I completely support the Second Amendment and could support a resolution that reinforces at least our support in that. So therefore, I have a problem with the Section 1 in there. I do appreciate all the wonderful language in terms of firearms safety and need to educate, especially children with firearms in the homes. That's very positive. But overall, it's I think that with the sanctuary city, it's just been very divisive in terms of what this means to the community from the get-go. So it's nice we have a clean resolution in front of us tonight to address, but that word alone is problematic for me. But again, thank you for everyone who came out to speak. I really value your voice. Thank you.
So
I want to agree with Laura and Chris's comments, complimenting the people on both sides for articulately and passionately expressing their opinions. I was very impressed by the comments. My feeling on this is that we have indeed a cultural war that's going on. I think the battle that's taking place right now in our society for socialist, Marxist philosophies to prevail in our government, I think is real, it's strong. I think anyone who says that the Second Amendment is not under attack is deceiving themselves. I think the Second Amendment is absolutely under attack. When we have a Democratic Party presidential candidate say, let there be no mistake, we are coming after your guns, that means something. And I think the laws and regulations have inched away at that. That's extremely problematic for me. As I mentioned at the last meeting, totalitarian nations first disarm their populace, and that's the slippery slope road that we have been on for some decades now. My concern with this resolution, and I'm supportive of the Second Amendment, absolutely. My concern is with the sanctuary language as well. You know, the sanctuary by definition means a place of refuge and safety. That phrase has been hijacked in the last few years, actually the last decade or so, by people who have said, we're not going to have state or federal immigration laws enforced. That's problematic. I've talked to Captain Manhart and others high up in the Sheriff's Department about the issue of sanctuary. And I was asked, does this mean you don't expect us not to enforce the laws? I can't imagine that this resolution for a moment would suggest that our Sheriff's Department wouldn't enforce reasonably passed gun control laws. And I don't think the maker of this resolution would disagree with that. So I am supportive of the resolution. I would like to make a couple of specific recommendations to change it. I would ask that the resolution not be entitled a Second Amendment Freedom and Sanctuary City, but rather a Second Amendment Freedom City, eliminating the word sanctuary. I would recommend on paragraph 5 of the whereas paragraphs that the sentence which ends in the Eagle Eddy safety gun program. I don't know that program. There are many good programs out there. So I would ask that sentence be terminated after the word families so that we're not promoting a specific program. And that in section 1, that it read, the city of San Clemente is hereby supports the Second Amendment and opposes any effort to eliminate it or diminish it. And with that recommendation, I could be very supportive of the resolution. Section 1. Yeah, the language again in section 1 would be the city of San Clemente hereby supports the Second Amendment and opposes any effort to eliminate or diminish it.
And can I clarify? Would that elimination or would that include any California law? Are we saying that we aren't going to abide by the penal code?
No, we're not. The resolution, I don't think says anywhere that we're not abiding by the law. And and then that section 1, I would take out any language beyond what I just recited, including the reference to sanctuary city.
Allow me to read that. So section 1, the city of San Clemente is hereby declared to be a Second Amendment freedom city and opposes any effort to eliminate or diminish.
Correct.
Or diminish
The
what?
Second Amendment.
The rights of the Second Amendment? Okay. So, you know, I tried to study this as much as I could. And what I found that any of the counties in the United States that passed this, the reason they actually went to call something a sanctuary city was kind of a thumb in the nose of all the cities that declared sanctuary cities for immigration. Because technically we are a general law city and we can't claim sanctuary from any law that is valid in the state of California or the United States. We are sworn to follow federal and state laws in our city. Councilmember James, do you know what an AR-15 is? Is it a semi-automatic weapon?
AR-15 is a semi-automatic firearm.
Is it against the law in the state of California?
It is not.
It is not.
And it is not an assault rifle by any definition.
Okay. Yeah, I just heard it mentioned tonight that I was reading the California Penal Code while people were talking. What I don't see in here, and I agree with the comments about the sanctuary city, and I appreciate that because I have an issue with calling San Clemente a sanctuary city for anything. Certainly, are for the Second Amendment, but what I'm concerned about, because I don't see in here anything about, it was mentioned by Mr. Leffler, mandated review or background checks. Things like that are not in here. And so the way it reads, you could think that this is trying to tell the state of California that we aren't going to, we don't approve the gun laws in the state, which our sheriff is duty bound to enforce. So
I don't think the resolution says that, Madam Mayor. And
well, there's a fight right now in the state Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals where they're looking at sales of ammunition for assault. They're limiting the amount of ammunition that people can have for certain rifles, I think, or weapons. But that's in the court system.
Right.
So
that makes the precise point that we've been discussing.
So
tonight.
please
When
tell
when
me.
we talk about the slippery slope and where we're heading as a society, that regulation to eliminate magazine size, number of bullets, size of bullets. When the Second Amendment was adopted, the people that protected their homes and their families from tyranny abroad and tyranny at home, they had the exact same arms as the Army. They weren't given pistols and pop shooters when the Army had, they all had long rifles. They had equal armaments. So the whole process of eliminating, restricting the type of weapon, cutting down the number of rounds, all of that is consistent with eating away at the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms.
Okay,
to
so let me
to
read.
maintain a free
Okay,
society.
so let me read actual facts. Semi-automatic firearms that the state has classified as assault weapons, .50 BMG caliber rifles, and large capacity magazines that can hold more than 10 rounds of ammunition at a time, may not be sold in the state of California. Is that what you're saying is tyranny? Because that is current state law.
Yes, I would call that a form of oppression.
Isn't the proper where to place to challenge that though in the courts, not through a city's non-binding resolution?
I mean,
I'm not
that's what
suggesting we don't. Two different questions. Do I find that oppressive and a form of tyranny? Absolutely. Am I advocating we not follow those laws? I am not. So two different things
So
altogether.
where in this resolution could you add that we support the laws of the state of California when it comes to firearms? Because that's our penal code. And it doesn't, so that's what I'm worried about is this is setting up the city of San Clemente to say we are a firearm freedom city, and interpretation of the California laws on guns, because we have some of the strictest laws, and that's the state of California. We have the strictest laws on everything, but that's to protect our law enforcement also, and protect schools and different people. But I'm not seeing that we're going to follow the laws of the state of California. I'm just seeing the Second Amendment. So, I could maybe get there if you would remove the sanctuary city and state that we support the Second Amendment freedoms. But I need to see something in there about that we follow the laws of the state of California. That's what I'd have to
I don't
have.
think I'm not the author of the resolution, but the concept isn't to identify the laws where we may or may not have begun to infringe on the Second Amendment. Some of the laws that the state of California passed do infringe upon the freedom to write and to keep and bear arms. So
Well, then that's a
again, I
whole
didn't write- I
different,
didn't
then
write the
that's a whole
resolution,
different
but I
meaning.
think it makes a pretty clear statement that it's about the Second Amendment and preserving that right. And it's that resolution I can support. Not call for the
Well,
question
Councilmember
if it's
James,
been seconded.
if we're not going to say that we're going to follow the laws of the state of California, I will be a no.
So with that, unless Councilmember Ferguson has anything. So with that, I'll make a motion of the resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, declaring the city the Second Amendment Freedom City. Whereas the Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States adopted in 1791 as part of the Bill of Rights states that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And whereas the U.S. Supreme Court in District of Columbia versus Heller affirmed the person's right to possess firearms independent of service in a militia for traditionally lawful purposes such as self-defense within a home. And whereas the U.S. Supreme Court in McDonald versus Chicago affirmed that the state laws cannot infringe upon an individual's right to keep and bear arms. And whereas in 2009, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in Nordike versus King concluded that the right to keep and bear arms is deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition. And whereas there are numerous gun safety courses that are available to the citizens of San Clemente and their families. Whereas each member of the San Clemente City Council has taken an oath to support and defend the United States Constitution of California. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of the City of San Clemente does hereby resolve as follows. One, that the city is hereby declared to be a Second Amendment free city and opposes any effort to eliminate or diminish the Second Amendment. Two, that the City of San Clemente City Council encourages all owners of firearms to complete firearm safety training and ensure all firearms are stored in a safe and secure manner. Three, that the City of San Clemente City Council encourages all owners of firearms with children in their homes to teach those children the need for firearm safety.
And before you read number 4,
Yeah.
can I bring up one concern?
Yeah.
We have some initiatives in the state and in Washington DC, and I don't know that I've seen photographers here tonight. I think this is going to get out in all the papers. I don't see the need to send this to the California State Legislature or the governor, but it's up to you. I just want you to think of the initiatives we have. I think it will work against us to do that.
Section 4, that the city clerk, I have a new section 4, by the way.
Okay.
Section 4, the City of San Clemente City Council is supportive of background checks for all purchases of firearms. Section 5, that the city clerk is hereby directed to prepare and deliver copies of the resolution to all members of the California State Legislature and to the office of the governor. And Section 6, the city clerk shall certify to the passage and adoption of this resolution and enter it into the book of original resolutions.
Second the motion.
Madam Clerk, that is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem James and a second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
I applaud the efforts to change the resolution to soften it, but I'm still a no.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Yes.
Councilmember Noblock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
No, I'm a no. If you would have added California law, I would have been there with you, but
Okay,
you can't do it.
that carries 3-2, and that's resolution number 2120.
And Madam Clerk, can we take please a 10-minute break so that we can clear the venue and go on with our business meeting? 10 minutes. for reminding me of that. All right, we are back from our break and back in public session.
And the next item is oral communications.
Do we have any oral communications?
We do.
Okay.
Donna Vidrine. Donna left, okay. Jim Gillette. Jim Gillette for oral communications.
I'm not seeing Mr. Gillette.
Michelle Brooks.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, this is a little redundant now because I thought oral communications was going to be before the resolution for Second Amendment City. So this is what I expected to talk about before that resolution was talked about. But since I'm still here, I'm going to go ahead and say what I had prepared. Second Amendment sanctuaries are orchestrated by the gun lobby. Voters have elected lawmakers committed to preventing gun violence by passing common sense and evidence-based measures like universal background checks, safe storage laws, and extreme risk laws. The extreme gun right advocates behind the so-called Second Amendment sanctuaries want to stop these laws before they go into effect. The Second Amendment is not under threat and coordinated efforts to purposefully mislead the public or refuse to enforce public safety laws that are dangerous. The gun safety measures that are being denounced by extreme right advocates were passed by democratically elected legislatures and were signed into law by state governors. Common gun sense safety laws do not interfere with the rights of gun owners, but they do keep guns out of the hands of those who cannot or should not possess them. The resolutions have no legal force, and they are just part of an effort by the gun lobby to stoke fear. Law enforcement and local governments can't refuse to enforce public safety laws based on an extremist ideology. We are not talking about a grassroots movement. We are talking about a dangerous push from the gun lobby to remain relevant. In 2018, New Mexico elected a gun safety majority to their state legislature. With public record requests, it was confirmed the NRA was coordinating with and influencing the New Mexico sheriff's refusal to enforce safety gun legislation. When it comes to so-called Second Amendment sanctuaries, sheriffs and localities are refusing to enforce state law, not federal, meaning that they are ignoring the rule of law in their own state. Localities cannot ignore state public safety laws or enact any laws that conflict with state law. It is improper and dangerous for a local government to try and circumvent state law and to falsely imply that the cities and people residing in these cities are not subject to the law. So that was, that was what I had prepared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Brooks.
Hi, everybody. I won't take too much time. I'm speaking on something not on the agenda. I first want to say thank you for the super courteous discourse you guys had in coming to that last resolution and hearing everybody's public comments. I just really appreciated the respect at the dais. With that being said, I just wanted to hopefully propose something for your consideration tonight. I had a conversation with someone that really stuck in my head a couple weeks ago. It was pretty eye-opening, and it was after an incident here, and anyway, people got all worked up and we got all flustered, and the person said to me, Michelle, focus on changing policy, not people. And it was such wise words, and it really stuck with me. So I know I get caught up in the criticism, and you guys are doing a basically volunteer job. So I just want to say thank you. And I know sometimes I get caught up. It's so easy to criticize each other. So I want to focus on changing policy And with that being said, I'd like to just suggest maybe if you guys would consider maybe not allowing cell phones at the dais, because I just want to make sure as a constituent that the words I hear coming from you guys are coming from you guys and not maybe somebody chiming in via text or something. I don't know. But I just was wondering if you would consider no cell phones at the dais, because we don't have, you know, a fireman or somebody who would be called out in an emergency anymore. And I just really appreciate the way things were flowing tonight. I feel like everybody was very respectful, and it was really, really reassuring to see that. So I'm sorry if I've ever partaked in criticism. I just want to go on the record on saying that. I thank you guys for everything you do and the time that you give and sitting here and listening to all of us. Thank you. That's it.
Bill Krutinger.
Good evening, Mayor Ward, Council. Another item, of course, not on this agenda is what was item 8A on May's agenda, which is the lawsuit that is affecting one of our sitting councilmen. And as that has not officially been discussed, but come up a little bit here and there, it's now apparent that, of course, Mayor Pro Tem James has to recuse because of a direct financial impact. But with Councilmember Knobloch and Councilwoman Ferguson recusing, apparently because they're witnesses, which is amazing that we could have a council majority unable to do anything on a matter on the agenda. I don't know what the options are, frankly. I don't know if an ad hoc committee can be created to address this issue, because it ought to be addressed. I did look into FPPC rules, and apparently only a direct financial benefit is cause for recusal. So if either of those council people that are recusing that don't have an obvious financial, consideration involved would explain what that financial excuse me, if they would explain what that financial consideration is, that'd be very interesting to hear about. Otherwise, they should not recuse and vote or abstain from voting, but don't break quorum, because that is a dereliction of your duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comment?
No.
All right, I'm gonna close oral communications part 1.
Okay. Next item, can we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Knobloch and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Are there any items that require being agendized for immediate action?
I see none.
Okay. Number 5, closed session report, city attorney.
Mayor and council, there was no reportable action taken in closed session.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. I have not received any requests for removal.
Council.
For me, item 6H, as in hotel, and item 6I as in India.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan.
I had those same ones, so no, nothing further.
All right, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Ferguson. Just as you're getting a drink, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, I had the same one too. Thanks.
Okay. So I'll entertain a motion.
Move the balance.
Second.
Again, motion by Councilmember Knobloch with a second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Okay, the first item is H, and I'm not seeing Mr. Little here, so,
No, I do see, Mayor, I do see Manuel Gomez.
Oh, I do.
Interim
Thank
Public
you.
Works Director.
all right.
Here's, but before Mr. Gomez goes, the reason why I'm pulling this is I want to challenge the city manager on the number of contract extensions we have coming to us all at one time. When you add it up, it's about $3 million in contracts. I would like to know how we, I understand how we got here. I would like to have an explanation of, not an explanation, but I would like to have some assurance this is not going to occur again, because approving $3 million on the consent calendar is just not the way to do business, and I'm sure you're aware of that.
Noted, Mayor Pro Tem, in terms of how we got here, in 2018, the Public Works Maintenance Division conducted a number of procurement processes, bids and RFPs for these services that had not been procured or gone through a procurement process for many years. As a result of those bids, we had all of these contracts come before the city council in 2018, at which time the council awarded the contract, which was a base 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewal options. So the potential of a 5-year long-term agreement. Tonight before you, we're at that point of asking to exercise the first renewal of those base contracts. It's important to note that the 3-year base contract did not have any price increases, nor the 1-year renewals that are being requested by staff do not have a price increase for them. Going forward, and I know me and Mr. Gomez have talked about this, that when we come back, if the council, I should back up, if the council is going to approve these tonight, when we come back for the next renewal option with the city council, we'll be looking at staggering these terms so that we don't have all of these contracts set to expire at one time. As you can see, the majority of these contracts are all of the city's landscaping services, all of the city's custodial services, graffiti services. And so one would call them somewhat core services within the maintenance division for the city. But I do believe, just from a manageability standpoint, if we stagger them, it would be a lot easier, A, in processing those future bids, and B, you wouldn't have all the contracts having to be addressed at once.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. If that, we're ready to take any questions.
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Mr. Sund, did you analyze these contracts at this stage before we would vote to renew them to see if any of these services can be brought in-house?
I did not analyze them for that. However, I would say that based on the core functions, again, landscape and custodial services, we don't have the staff to provide those services if we were to bring them in-house.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Sun, if we did that, we would then have to pay benefits, vacation, all of those things. I think we've looked at that before.
In most cases, that's correct.
Okay. So I do remember one of my best friends in the 80s worked for the Parks and Recreation and cut probably every palm tree in the city. But, we contracted that out. So that's back how we used to do them. But I agree, Mayor Pro Tem, that it is a lot. It just happens to be that they did this at the time, and they're allowed to have 2 one-year extensions.
Yeah, there's
So-
nothing that really jumps out at me.
It's a lot all at
It's
once.
It's just a lot.
Right. So I'm sure staff will try to bring those back and stagger them in the future.
And
So-
unless someone has some other comment, I'll move to approve.
All right, so there's a motion to approve by Mayor Pro Tem James,
Second.
second by Councilmember Duncan.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock, Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item is item I, that's contract award for the Marine Safety Headquarters relocation study.
Councilmember, well, actually,
We all
many of
pulled
you.
it, I think.
Yeah, I can speak to it. Well, the interest I had was, I think this might generate a significant amount of interest from our community. The Marine Safety Headquarters is iconic. People like it there. They like the clock tower. That's why we have the seawall that we installed. And it's only a few years into the seawall, so people might be asking, why are we looking at doing a relocation study when when the seawall is sort of relatively new in its life? So I was wondering, City Manager Sun, if you could sort of provide a little background as to why why we'd be looking at doing this now and what advantage to the city it might bring to have this expense at this particular time.
So when the city moved forward on the endeavor to replace the existing seawall at the Marine Safety Building, we were required to go to the Coastal Commission for a CDP, Coastal Development Permit, to seek Coastal Commission's approval to build a new seawall. As part of that process with Coastal Commission, they required the city to conduct a feasibility study on the potential of relocating the Marine Safety Headquarters. So as part of our approval for that CDP, we were given, for lack of a better term, a homework assignment that needed to be completed, which is what we have before you tonight to award to a consultant to do that feasibility study. Now, going back to the seawall, when we did the seawall repair, we knew it was going to provide another 10 years of life protection to the Marine Safety Building. And so as part of our due diligence, Public Works has went ahead and gone out and contracted the consultant to do the feasibility study, which would be coming back to the council as well as the Planning Commission to go over the results of the study. But again, no action will be taken by the city. It's just to fulfill the requirement of Coastal, which we will have to eventually circle back with them to show that we've complied with all of our requirements within our CDP permit.
And, like the seawall, like Mariposa Bridge is expected to last 10 years, but you never know what might happen, right? So is there an advantage to getting this homework assignment done early, I guess, perhaps, if something should happen down the road and the seawall fails?
Absolutely. And I think, again, I commend Public Works for being somewhat proactive in getting this done, because in the event of some type of catastrophic, landslide or sea erosion with the building, having to relocate won't, happen overnight and could take time, especially from a construction standpoint. So I think we, the city, want to get all of those issues out of the feasibility study to understand what the implications would be if we needed to relocate the Marine Safety Building.
Does this mean we have to relocate the Marine Safety Building?
No, not necessarily, but it's something that will be subject to the Coastal Commission for approval on after the 10-year marker. And one thing that I think is consistent with Coastal Commission, there has been a significant effort by the Coastal Commission to manage retreat with regards to protecting the sea coastline or the ocean coastline. And so, you'll see in the paper on a daily basis where many homeowners are not getting approval from the Coastal Commission. They're basically approving them to let their house deteriorate from the ocean. And so that's something that we want to get ahead of in that event.
Right. And I would imagine they would not look kindly to us not completing one of the conditions of our previously approved permit if we needed to go back to them for another permit.
No, since it was part of the Coastal Development Permit, it would be something that they would probably assign an enforcement agent to the city for not fulfilling our requirements of our CDP.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Question, Mr. City Manager. This is we're budgeted for 100,000, we're spending 87. When I read what we're required to do for the report, there are questions that we have to answer. What are the 3 locations? What architecture? What estimate of cost? I'm just wondering, and I know staff is busy, and I know you have a shortage, but isn't this something we could? Would the planning, or the Coastal Commission be satisfied if we gave them an internal staff report that said we've identified 3 locations? This is our estimate of cost. And are they looking for a gold seal consultant's analysis here on something that we don't plan on doing? I asked that question to say, is it possible to do it in-house and save $87,000 and apply that money some other location?
No, that's a fair point. I'll defer part of the answer to Mr. Gomez, but I do know that we're dealing with a number of vacancies in Public Works right now. Last I checked, we had about 4 vacancies within the Public Works admin department that are in the process of being recruited. So we are shorthanded. I think if we have the staff to do it, this is myself speculating, that the Coastal Commission would like to see an independent, objective feasibility study done rather than the city on its own. Now, I'm purely saying that from a speculative standpoint, but I will defer to Mr. Gomez if he wants to add anything to that response.
Thank you, City Manager Sund. The only thing I'll add is that we do not have the architectural design expertise that would be required for this. Although we have very proficient and talented engineers, we lack the background in the architectural elements that would be required for an analysis such as this, whether it be to relocate the facility or a further in-depth look as to what it would take to keep the facility at its current location. And that's why we need the architectural support.
And
Okay, well, that concludes my comments. Just wrap it up by saying, in my opinion, you could spend $10,000 in architectural, any firm to give you a quick drawing. I guess what I'm saying is, last week we had a traffic analysis where we had to hire a consultant. All the information the consultant needed, we are providing, and that was a standard report that every city in the state of California produced. I'm thinking that's 70 city grants, 150,000. You could hire a full-time person who does nothing but do the stuff and have to prepare for other people. I'm just thinking, my goodness, couldn't we maybe spend that 150 and get you people that could be Johnny on the spot for every consultant project that comes down the pike? I don't know. With that, I sounds like we're headed in the other direction, but I just see this as an opportunity internally to save some money.
It's a fair point, Steve. And I would note that the city did have some cost savings there by going from 3 down to 2. You know, really, this is sort of the bare minimum, I think, to accomplish what the requirement is that the Coastal Commission set. So, but I think your comments are right on point. It's sort of frustrating, but I think we need to do this. So I'm going to move that we, I guess I'll just read it. Move that we approve and authorize the interim public works director to execute contract C21-24 by and between the city of San Clemente and HMC Architects, providing for the Marine Safety Headquarters relocation study, project number 31501 in the amount of $87,500.
Okay, Mayor Ward, I had some comments before we vote.
Just hold on one moment. So clerk, that second was by Councilmember Councilmember Noblock.
Noblock.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Sorry, Laura.
Okay, perfect. No worries. I just wanted to second the comments that Councilmember Noblock said. It does seem awfully costly. It's coming from the general fund. It's not budgeted. We're going to be adopting a new budget soon and effective July 1. And I don't see the rush of adopting something now that isn't approved in the budget. We do a lot of that in this last year, approving hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions, over millions, and they're not budgeted. So I always have an issue with that. The budget is there for a reason, to follow and not exceed that, unless of course in an emergency. And I initially, when the city council had made some repairs to this building, I voted against it. Our public works experts had said it wasn't unsafe, wasn't going to fall down, employees wouldn't be in there, and the city spent $2 million, came back for 200,000 more, so it was $2.2 million in repairs to that. And at the time, another coastal city had just built a brand new marine safety building with a sheriff station inside for $3.5 million. So I advocated to just keep that money in a fund and build a brand new one. So fast forward, it's been maybe just about a year since that completion. And we're already looking to relocate it and spend this money. I would recommend that we defer this feasibility study and analysis on relocating it for a few years to get some return on our investment in terms of the repairs that were made. So I certainly can't support that tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Ferguson, the project was budgeted in the 2021 CIP budget.
Does it say so in here? It says from the general fund.
No, it was in the 2021 CIP budget because.
Oh, it doesn't say that here. It says proposed agreement in the amount of 87,500 is an approved project from the general fund. I don't see that from CIP.
Page 6I, number 2. It's in the staff report. It's just not
what section? What page? What section?
the last paragraph.
No, it doesn't say that. So it's coming from the general fund, or it would specify a CIP account. Maybe that's just an error in the fiscal impact section.
Can you put,
Yes, so the general fund does fund the CIP projects. We use one-time monies out of general fund to do this, and this was something identified in our CIP schedule that was approved as part of this current fiscal year's budget, which is.
Oh, 2020 and 21 budget, it's in there? Okay, I don't see that listed there. Okay, that would be helpful in the future to put that under the fiscal impact then, the year and the CIP. All right, thank you. I can't support that tonight. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll call vote?
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No?
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-1. Next item is item 8B, report from the city manager concerning code changes relating to the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commission, Golf Course Committee, Human Affairs Committee, and Investment Advisory Committee, and disbandment of the Coastal Advisory Committee and Homeless Committee. And I do have one speaker card. Susan Ambrose.
Can you hear me okay with my mask on?
We can. It's up to you whether you have it on, but if you feel more comfortable, please leave it on.
Yes,
We can
I
hear
do.
you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much. You had a long evening as this evening already, and I'm trying to make it expedient as possible. I am here to talk to you about the Coastal Advisory Committee. And I'd like to start this presentation from myself, please, by just reading a couple of the comments that is in our mission statement. I'm trying to set the framework for what I have to say following this, if you don't mind. And I've heard many of you do the same thing. So I appreciate your approach, and I'm copying that approach. So I'm looking at the mission statement, and I'm going to just pick out some key things here of what we are asked to be doing by the City Council. The Coastal Advisory Committee's mission is to preserve, enhance, and where necessary, restore the quality of the coastal water resources and ensure proper and efficient use of the beaches, surf zone, and coastal area for the benefit of present and future generations. And I can assure you that in almost every single thing that we do, that is first and foremost on our list. Committee shall strive to raise public awareness in promoting a positive environmental stewardship for the greater good of the San Clemente area. And again, that is on the top of our list of what we do and everything that we can consider. The committee shall advise the City Council by making recommendations on policy, programs, and regulations related to the city's coastal environment and resources. We do that. You may not get all of our recommendations because as we go through the protocol and the channel that we go through, staff and staff's director, et cetera, or even the city manager, it may get stopped before it can get to you. So that might preclude a lot of the recommendations that we've made. However, we still believe that they were noteworthy and still believe that you should have heard some of the things that we asked you to hear in a presentation. And we should talk about that sometime. In terms of, because we do report, we are hired by the City Council, and my information is that we should report directly to you about these concerns, et cetera, or recommendations that we're making for your consideration that would improve the city's coastal environment and resources. And then the committee shall also work to raise public awareness and promote a shared environmental vision by facilitating partnerships between state and local departments, community groups, and businesses. I can tell you right now, I have contacts in the California Coastal Commission, Coast Keepers, Coastal Quest, Surfrider, several nonprofits that they're too numerous to mention, but we affiliate with. And as I meet them in conferences or I talk to them, or we might exchange information on a particular issue we're very familiar with, and I've used up all this time so far. Can I get an extra minute, please?
Can you Can you talk to the issue of the Coastal Advisory Committee?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, what is in the staff report?
Yes,
Okay.
I will do that. Thank you very much, Mayor Ward. I understand you mean in the agenda report?
Right. There's a recommendation to consolidate the Coastal Advisory with the Beaches, Parks and Recreation Committee.
Yes. And I am speaking as a private citizen here because we did not know about this effort, as well as the chairperson of the Coastal Advisory Committee, which I hold that position. However, I'm not speaking for the entire committee because we did not have a meeting prior to this meeting, since I only found out about this on Friday. So consequently, I'm here on my own. You did receive a separate letter from our vice chair, Doreen Capopiano, with a letter expressing her points of view as well. I do not think that Coastal Advisory Committee should be merged into or eliminated or what was the other choice was dropped from the committees that service the city of San Clemente. And I'll tell you why. We are basically a technical science committee. We're not a recreation committee. We're not a parks committee. We're a community and city committee that is charged with monitoring water quality in our ocean. We actually see ourselves as the eyes and ears of water quality in terms of testing. We get test reports monthly in our meetings to analyze and make recommendations about from staff. Staff and the city is in a contract with the county to have testing done. We have a measuring device called the total, hold on, let me just get my notes here since I switched my.
Mayor, I just, oh, Scott, sorry, just
Okay,
here. we
thank you.
need
I couldn't
to-
tell who was speaking.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just a point of order here. We're not able to give people extensions of time.
Okay.
But if the
No, I
council
appreciate
at
that.
this stage has questions for Ms. Ambrose, you can call her up as a resource on specific fact-finding questions that you may have.
No, I appreciate that. And that
Sorry
was
about
my
that.
specific question is, if you think that they should not be merged, I need to hear the reason. We can't hear more background. I just want to know your reason why you think they should not be merged.
Okay, I do not think they should be merged at this time because I think that we are a science-related committee. Our time is devoted to analyzing water, bacteria, water quality, watersheds, the environment that we're working on, legislation that may impact the city. We have to remember that the ocean, the clean water, the clean beaches are an economic driver for the city of San Clemente. If you lose the skills that we bring to the table and you put us in with a park and recreation committee, we will lose the time that we have right now that we devote totally to these subjects, which is quite a lot of time.
Okay.
So it's not just that, it's other things that we're doing, the legislation we look at, the kinds of committees that we participate in. It's those connections that we've already established for the past, I've been on here for 11 years now. And this was created probably around the 90s, the same time the Coastal Trail was put in. So,
So Susan,
it's never been a question before to merge us, even though it's floated around for some time.
but if the committee was merged, there would still be members from the Coastal Advisory on the committee. So you wouldn't be, you're talking like you would be eliminated, and I'm not sure that's the purpose of the exercise.
No, I'm not looking at it as we would be eliminated. I am just looking at it as a businesswoman in terms of operating in a business, because that's what I look at as when we do this work for this committee. It's business. And I see it as wasting time from BPNR. We already have a representative coming to our committee meetings we've had since I've been on board, and that prefaced me from Beaches, Parks and Recreation and from planning. And from Beaches, Parks and Recreation, it has been sporadic. Sometimes the person doesn't feel like they get enough from our committee to take back to Beaches, Parks, because they're very affiliated with recreation and parks, not the beach aspect.
Okay.
even though there is, and I acknowledge that there are a park or two on the sand at the beaches. I'm not saying we couldn't function in that environment. I think that not only would we waste some time absorbing 50% perhaps or 60% of the meeting, in parks information and recreation information. And likewise, they would do the same.
Okay.
If you were concerned about waste of
All right.
staff time,
I think
that might be part of
that
the
answered
issue.
my question. Does anyone else have, you have a question?
No.
Okay.
Your question was answered.
Councilmember Duncan?
Nope, that was just concern I was having.
All right.
May I just add one last thing? It's
Ma-
just,
oh,
it-
We
no.
can't, because we're
Sorry,
going
ma'am.
way over on public comment. We can't do it. And I
We just had
appreciate
we
the
had a
city attorney
lawsuit,
doing
we
that.
settled it, and we're
Yeah.
not, as much as we want, able to take more
Yeah.
testimony.
oh, well, no, I was just going
Yeah,
to
no, Susan, we
emphasize that I
can't.
was speaking for
We
myself.
can't, the public comment part,
Okay.
you've had,
great.
thank you. We can't do it. But I appreciate the city attorney reminding me of that, but I did have that one question and I needed it answered. So.
We do have one more card, just came in
Okay.
from Donna Vidrine.
All right. And who do we have that is here from staff?
So I've prepared the staff report, so
Okay.
I'll be here to address your questions.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Donna.
I advocate for the important work that the Coastal Advisory Committee does, and I do not think it should be combined with beaches, parks, and recreation. For a lot of the reasons that Susan gave, it is a science committee. They do a lot of important work for our city and for the environment and for our oceans and beaches, parks, and recreation. That's just that their mission is totally separate. So I just really think that, that the work that the coastal committee does is so important. And I hope that, that they continue with the staff that they have and have the opportunity to continue the important work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to close public comment on that. And city manager, let me ask you, I know that we are doing a study presently on water quality at the pier. And we have I'm going to call it a blue ribbon committee. Is that still continuing?
Yes,
And that is separate than the coastal advisory?
that is correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that that was still continuing. And I know coastal advisory works on our clean ocean program. But, I've been listening to both sides today on this, and in talking to people that are on the BPNR, in our general plan, beaches, parks and rec, the beach is our biggest park. And so I remember when we did the master plan for the parks, it was felt that we somewhat left the ocean, the beach out. And that's because we were so focused on the parks. So what I heard from the chair of the BPNR today is that the coastal advisory gets a lot of presentations on the coast and water quality and watershed and all of that, and what's going on at the beach and sand replenishment. And the BPNR gets none of that. And so I thought this was a good opportunity. After talking to them, it sounds like we're minimizing coastal advisory, but I don't think that's the intent. The intent is to merge it so that BPNR, everyone's hearing that and everyone's dealing with all of the issues at the beach, including sand replenishment.
That's a fair description of the part of the purpose behind this consolidation. Not only is it that, but again, to your point, we're not minimizing any of the interests of any committee that's being collapsed into another. We're ensuring that those interests are represented by, in this case, 2 seats that would be environmental subject matter experts as part of the appointment process by the city council, which the city clerk would then advertise for those vacancies and communicate that there's also 2 seats that are looking for, again, a basic description of environmental subject matter experts to be represented on the commission. And so those presentations would still occur. The interaction with Clean Ocean would still occur. But I think with the consolidations of the Beaches, Park and Recreation Committee, I think the interests will come together, and from a marketing and educational standpoint going forward, I think we'll be more effective under the BPR Commission.
There's one thing that I noticed in the yearly report for coastal is that they wanted to do like a movie night. And I thought that could so easily be done in conjunction with BPNR if they were all working on the same thing, but they wanted to, I think, advertise a little more about the water quality and all of that, which is an important component, but the beaches, parks and rec is not going to do that.
No, and to that point, I've had discussions with Samantha Wiley, our BPR manager, and some of those thoughts have already come up in terms of looking at the way the marine safety can not only provide water safety, but some education to the public through certain programs as well as programming at the beach that also is fun, like your movie night suggestion, but also educational from a keeping the ocean clean and picking up trash, etc. So I think there's a lot of nexus and energy that can be benefited by those two groups coming together.
Okay. And the one other thing that I'll tell council that I liked that was in here was that these groups that we're recreating, that they are advisory to the capacity to the city council. I thought that was good to be added to these. And I didn't have any comments if anyone wants to talk about human affairs. I really spent a lot of time on coastal.
For just a moment. So the two members on BPNR who would have to use Miss Ambrose's term, the scientific background, and you had another term. What was your?
I was just using a basic term, an environmental subject matter expert.
That's a great one. Would we formalize a subcommittee out of that they would maybe issue their own reports or something? I don't want to make this too bureaucratic, but I'm just wanting to know. I'm going to support merging them, but I just want to make sure that they have a voice.
I think what we would want to do first is get acclimated to the new makeup of the seven. And if those voices weren't being addressed, I think we would work with the chair and then potentially come back to the council with recommendation needed to do so. But I do think staff will be very prepared to assist in making sure that their voice is heard at the table.
And the more I think about the subcommittee, we're not lessening staff burden once we create that.
That's
so
correct.
I'm thinking out loud. I wish I'd kept my mouth shut.
That's okay.
I appreciate that. Do you have any comments on the human affairs?
Is that directed to me, Mayor?
No,
Oh.
I'm asking the mayor pro tem.
Same thing. I think on the Human Affairs Committee, I think we need to make sure that we have a couple of great members of the Homeless Committee. I want to make sure that their voice is still heard as they go into human affairs.
But all of those positions are up, are they not, in August? And
Yes.
we'll be all appointing all those people. So it's going to depend on the makeup that we come up with. So, and that is, Madam Clerk, when is that in August that we are going to do that?
Yes, the terms are due to expire on June 30th. And that's the same date that this ordinance, if you adopt it, becomes effective.
Okay, but that doesn't answer when we gave them an extension through August, did we not?
Yes, all the terms were extended to August 30th.
Oh, August 30th.
That's why the ordinance was written, so that the dates coincide. So when their terms expire, then the newly formed commissions and committees take effect.
Okay.
Except for planning, right?
Right.
Except for planning,
Right.
correct.
Okay.
Mayor Ward, I have a question of Mr. Sund about the savings. The savings with the consolidation of these two that we're addressing tonight, Human Affairs and Coastal Advisory Committee, it's 4,600. Is that the total for just these? 4,600 savings a year in staff time?
No, Councilmember Ferguson, that would be just the supplies and meeting budget expenses that are budgeted for those committees.
And what does that entail for meeting supplies and budget?
Well, whether they have, beverages and other types of, expenditures for having their meetings.
It's 4,600 a year for them,
I would-
those supplies. So we don't count staff time in that amount of
Not
money.
Including staff.
We don't parse out staff time in that way. Okay, well, I certainly appreciate Miss Ambrose and then Doreen, who wrote us, the chair and the vice chair. I really think they need to be a standalone committee as a beach community. They do so many important tasks, a lot for a small committee. And I just think that they wouldn't have the manpower to get everything done, like the sand replenishment work and the ocean water quality. Bottle refill stations is a big project of theirs right now. They're trying to get implemented, environmental education and grants, and they just do so much. And I watch their meetings and it's just incredible the amount of work that they get done. It is science oriented. And I think a lot of that will fall by the wayside if we merge them with another committee, the Beaches, Parks and Rec Commission. So I'm certainly not going to support that, but I do like the idea with the Human Affairs Committee for the homeless subcommittee to be merged into that group and keep them at 7. They do an incredible job as well. So I'm split on those tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Duncan, do you have any comment?
I tend to agree with Councilmember Ferguson. I'm really on the fence with the Coastal Advisory
Can I offer
Committee.
just a little bit?
Well, let me just say first,
Okay.
I agree on the human affairs part with this homeless subcommittee. I just don't think it's effective in its current form as great as I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, the people we have on there. So I'm hoping really when that gets merged into human affairs that they can get a lot more accomplished as being part of that larger committee. And I'm very sensitive to the staff time part as well. But yeah, please.
Well, let me
provide
tell you
some
what,
insight on Coastal Advisory.
Coastal Advisory, they do such a great job. They're currently at 3 members. We've lost 2 members on that. And what I heard today is they get some great presentations from staff and from experts on the beach, which is our biggest park. Who's not getting those presentations is anyone on the BPNR commission.
But I thought they had somebody who sits in.
They have 1 person, but they're all, that's our biggest park. And in our general plan, the beach it's Beaches, Park and Rec. And in our general plan, the beach is our biggest park and we don't have anyone from BPNR working on that. And so we need to work on sand replenishment, the bottle refilling stations. The Beaches, Parks and Rec have been doing that for a while.
Yeah.
And so what the Coastal Advisory wants to do, I think the synergy of both of them will actually make them both work better. And we've had for many years where BPNR has wanted to get more involved in the beach and they're just not getting the presentations. We can't have staff do so much work on one and not at the same time then go to the other one and give the same presentation. So for me, that's what did it. And the fact that they're down to 3, I think it might be a good time to, if we could merge it, we do it now. And if it doesn't work and we think it's bad, we go back to what we were doing before. I don't see any loss here, but I see people from the BPNR very, very interested and very knowledgeable about our city, and they could be doing more with the beach. And I think both of them together would actually work.
Well, then, I mean, I just really appreciate the work that Susan has done for so long and Jareen as well, who I know.
Right.
So, gosh, I would hope that they would put in for BPR and bring that expertise to bear for that.
So do I,
larger-
but I think they actually could get some things done maybe easier because everyone will be working together on our biggest part, our biggest asset. Go ahead.
And keep in mind, this will be a significant savings of staff time as well.
Right. No, that's a huge driver for me. Yeah. And that's not captured in monetary terms, but
No, it's time.
but we've got such a streamlined staff. Yeah. I'm very sensitive to that for sure. So I'm going to defer to Mayor Ward, your expertise and the city manager's expertise on this.
But I just wanted to offer why I wasn't for it and then why I actually thought it could work and work well. Go ahead, Councilmember Noble.
I'm in favor of the consolidation, and I think the subject matter experts, clearly, we have the power to appoint them. So the skills that we've identified, it's up to us to make sure they get on the committee. So, and it's also a minimum of 2. We could have more than that. So.
We could have a 4-3
Exactly.
if it
Sure.
turns out that
If we
that's
have
the
that
best
kind of
people we have.
expertise and we can appoint them, absolutely, the more the better. So I'm in favor of the consolidation. And I think staff did a good job.
Are we
Yeah, I
ready
appreciate it.
to?
Did someone make a motion?
No, I don't think so. Here
I
we
didn't
go.
think we did any changes.
We didn't do any changes, right? Okay, so I'll make the motion to introduce ordinance number 1714 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending chapters 2.28, 2.36, 2.40, and 2.43 of the Code of the City of San Clemente relating to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Committee, Golf Course Committee, Human Affairs Committee, and Investment Advisory Committee, respectively, and repealing Chapter 2.42 relating to the Coastal Advisory Committee.
And 2.
Oh, and number 2, thank you. Disband the Homeless Committee.
And Mayor Pro Tem James, is it your intent that the homeless committee, that the disbandment be effective to coincide with the effective date of the ordinance? That would be
Yes.
August 31st.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
Mayor Ward,
Aye.
carries 4-1. The next item is a report from the city manager concerning a proclamation of local emergency for economic recovery and establishment of fee for continued outdoor dining operations. And I do have a speaker card on this item. Mickey Rathman.
Good evening, Mayor Ward, council members, friends and neighbors. I'm Mickey Rathman, a local business owner. I have a retail store on Avenida Del Mar downtown. And it isn't lost on me that one of the reasons that my business is successful through the last 15 months of the pandemic is because of the support and the efforts of the city to help our small businesses, as well as the efforts of the appointed Economic Development Director, Jonathan Lightfoot, and the work that he's done with our Downtown Business Association and our chamber. We're incredibly grateful for what you've done to help us to remain a vital and downtown area that still serves our community. I do believe that the success of our downtown business district is because all of us are successful. It's the thing of a rising tide lifts all boats, so that my retail business is successful because the restaurants are busy and successful. And their restaurants are busy and successful because all the retail stores are busy and successful. So I think it takes both. I am in support of extending the outdoor dining downtown so that we can maintain a vital and very busy service center for our local residents as well as for visitors to our community. There are some things I think as you look at the extension of this emergency, part of allowing restaurants to be downtown. I know that the long-term parklet isn't really a part of this discussion, that it's something that's for later, but as you're working through this, we may set precedents or look at things. So I felt that it was important to maybe share a little bit of, insights or thoughts that I have about it. One of the things would be, of course, parking. It's a big deal. so very pleased that the trolley started early. I was just gleeful with excitement when I saw on the very first day as it drove by the shop that there were people inside the trolley, and it's remained busy since. I think that there are some other things that as we do potentially extend the outdoor dining that we can do to help parking downtown. That may be to have some temporary wayfinding signage so that people who are visiting from out of town know that there is additional parking on streets off of Del Mar. We could also do some off freeway wayfinding signage, letting people know that there's parking at the outlets and that people can take the trolley downtown and to the pier and other recreational areas within the community and not have trouble finding parking. I know that we don't necessarily love signs in San Clemente, so potentially these wayfinding signs could be temporary, just like the outdoor dining decks. Sight lines are very important as we are looking at restaurants setting up and developing their outdoor dining decks, that we make sure that there's clear visibility for safety.
Mickey, you need to
people
wrap it up.
entering and exiting their driveways, as well as not blocking other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the only public comment?
Yes.
All right. Close public comment.
So Mayor, I have Jonathan Lightfoot, who will be doing the staff presentation on this agenda report.
All right. Go ahead.
Good,
John.
Good evening, Mayor Ward and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to bring in front of you this item that is obviously become very familiar with our community. What we're looking at this evening is a potential proclamation of local emergency for economic development, and then fees related to continued outdoor dining and operations. I noted in the staff report there would be a positive fiscal impact of potential new revenues in the range of $40,000 to $80,000, and that depends on the fee, should council adopt one, and at what level. The big question on the community's mind has really been targeted towards June 15th. And the state's indication that the business regulations, specifically the capacity regulations, ending at that time frame, and associated with that, the lack of clarity of when a state health order will end. And staff's position on this specific local emergency portion related to economic development is that it would be wise for us to look at uncoupling the economic development portion of the council's consideration of what regulations and operations are necessary in the city, and separate that from what health regulations are important in the city. I think that we all recognize that the concerns for the health emergency are beginning to wane, as we positively are seeing an increase in the number of individuals who are vaccinated and just lower numbers of people who have been contracting COVID-19. And so what staff is proposing is to have a very defined period for an economic development program running from June 15th to November 15th that would allow for the continuation of this plan, as well as the flexibility for council to administer any new programs with American Rescue Plan funding as needed. So I'm going to move on from that portion of the staff report discussion and into the fee discussion for outdoor dining on public property. Because we have several restaurants that are using public property, what I'm proposing is to use a license agreement, so similar to a rental agreement, to charge for use of space in the public sector. Again, the program was initially intended to help these businesses recover loss of capacity, and at June 15th, they'll be able to recover that capacity. But we've also learned in the past year that the community enjoys this amenity. And so there's some public benefit in retaining that element. I provided some recommendations on the financial component based off of the local going rate of retail space downtown. And because there's a significant public benefit, and because the on-street space certainly is not finished interior, high quality space, which also did require investment by the businesses. What my proposal is to charge something in the range of 10 to 20% of that going rate, which comes to about $25 to $50 per chair. So what I am also recommending is that we charge that in advance for that fixed period of time. The benefit there is that that would really alleviate the amount of staff administration time in monitoring and administering monthly invoices, et cetera. So that's how I came to that proposal specifically. And then finally, there's been some other changes proposed in this report to end the use of bulb outs and alleys, as again, the need for the additional capacity is not there as much, and bringing those specific elements back into public use and domain, I think, is appropriate at this time. And finally, looking at requiring 8 hours of operation 6 days a week, including something of that nature within the license agreement, so that we make sure that any businesses that are using the public property are maintaining active operations, so that we don't see idle spaces on the street. So that covers my recommendation. Sorry for my lengthy presentation. I'm certainly available for any questions. Thank you.
I have a quick question, Council. So Jonathan, what is, you said no more operations on bulb outs or alleys. What is the pier bowl considered?
Sure. So the pier bowl would be considered on street, so it would not affect operations in that area. That recommendation would not.
Right. So, but we are looking at the pier bowl to charge those restaurants still, even though those are not parking spaces. Is that correct?
Correct. So within the staff recommendation, I discussed kind of in the breakdown of fees, what we could look at a per parking spot basis. But then for equity's sake, recognizing that some businesses are utilizing on-street spaces that are either waiting areas or red curb areas, ultimately, I felt that the most equitable solution would be to charge on a per chair basis. That's how I had arrived at that point. But yes, you're correct that there's only a couple of parking spaces in the pier bowl that are impacted. The majority of those areas are red curbed.
Okay. So I see that for chairs, you equated to 3 parking spaces would be about $600 a month. But if a restaurant had 16 chairs, it would be $640 a month. How would you figure that? Would you go and say the maximum number of chairs that they could use, and that's their set, that's what their lease is going to be, whether they have less or not?
Correct. Yes. So what I'm requesting within the final recommendations of this report is that the council give me authorization to work on that license agreement with each individual business. And we would set within that license agreement the number of chairs that are permitted outdoors. And then that number would be posted at their front door, so that the code enforcement group could very quickly monitor and make sure that that all the businesses are following their license agreement there.
All right. So no business would be able to, some weekends, a holiday weekend, and they're going to add 25 more chairs. That's not going to be allowed.
Correct. They would be held to the number that's within that license agreement for the duration of this period.
Okay. Well, I appreciate what you said about businesses operating, because that answered my question that I had for patios that are not being used and the businesses aren't really open. So I would definitely want to require that. Go ahead.
So Jonathan, I guess I'm struggling with the chair thing. And you know, why aren't we just charging per square foot or by parking space? The chair thing makes it convoluted for me. Can you explain that to me? Get me there?
Sure. My rationale of arriving at that point is primarily an attempt at being equitable with the businesses. So to give an example, we have, I'll use San Clemente Wine Company as an example. So their entire outdoor dining space is on street and parking spaces. They're using about 4 parking spaces. So if we did parking space as the basis, I would charge them 4 times the number that council sets. So let's just say, for the sake of ease, $500 per parking space, so $2,000. But if I look up at Avila's, they're using 1 parking space and then a long stretch of red curb. So while their outdoor dining area may be larger and they're using some sidewalk area as well, they in that case would only be charged for one parking space on the parking space basis. The square footage would capture the balance a little more closely. The challenge on that for me would be the need then to go down and measure those spaces more directly. And I think that would just be a little bit more burdensome on staff time to gather that information for each business, the specific number of square footage as opposed to a set number of chairs.
Okay. I guess my concern is the enforcement on the chairs. So a operator tells us they have 4 chairs, but we drive by and we see 8 or 9 chairs out there. There is where my concern becomes acute, and then restaurants reporting on each other as well. I guess, I mean, I don't want to be burdensome on staff, but I would feel much more comfortable with either a parking space or in the absence of a parking space, a equivalent charge per square foot.
Right, like for the Pier Bowl, it would be equivalent. There's no parking spaces there, but they're technically taking up so much
Parking
footage
space
that is
is,
parking
I don't
space.
know, parking space is 10 by 5, maybe whatever.
Yeah, but a standard parking space and you just prorate it over the square footage of the non-parking space.
Right, exactly.
So that it's equitable.
I don't want to make it too complicated, but I just think the chair thing is going to,
It could be abused.
yeah.
And I'm still wondering if we're charging enough. And you brought up the wine company. They have a lot of inside tables. And you said, I think they're using 3 parking spaces.
3 to, yeah, it's about 3 or 4 because that specific area is emerges from one restaurant to the next. So there's some overlap on those spaces.
Okay. So my only concern is, are we charging enough? Because they're technically doubling. I mean, some of them could be, I don't know if any of them are doubling. I'm just saying that, but they're getting a lot more spaces. But they might be picking up customers that they wouldn't get if they're not comfortable going inside. I don't know. But what I'm seeing so far is some of them are closed, like on a holiday, like on Memorial Weekend, not every restaurant was open. And I think if we're going to do that to our shops, they want the customers down there. They need to be open.
There are dining spaces that haven't been used in weeks.
I am looking for those to leave, Jonathan. I'm hoping
We
that
have
those
this-
are going to be.
So we have the
closed.
6-day a week, 8-hour a day. I think that addresses that.
Right, it does.
Because they would be out of compliance. the
And
moment that
actually,
it's-
some are open all the time, but they're not using their outdoor at all and have no chairs there.
Right.
So I'm going to be looking for those to pack up.
Yeah, I think Jonathan's equitable approach to counting chairs is good from a business point of view, but we're not in the restaurant business. We're in the municipal services business. That includes parking spaces. So I think we ought to keep it simple, as it's been suggested, focus on the number of parking spaces and charge an appropriate rate. And if we find that we want some flexibility, so if people are just pay, I don't want to see a few $100 and give up a parking space if they're not using it for the
Right.
restaurant. So got to have some flexibility to make sure that.
So
using the
my
space.
question is then, is 600 a month enough for 3 spaces to be taken up?
Well, again, my thought on that, Mayor Ward, is that we're not in the business of making profit. We're in the business of providing a service. This is an emergency scenario. I have no problem with a smaller rent for a limited period of time to help the business get up and running. So, I just assume if we had to err on the side of being a little generous with our businesses and keep them.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that too. Not a money-making scheme. It's just enough to make it so that, they have enough skin in the game that they're not going to continue to operate it unless they're going to be making money on it. So.
I'm not looking for us to make a buck out of this. I am looking for if a business is actually not using it,
They'll give
that
it up.
it creates a little pain and they won't use it going into the future.
That they're not, well, if they're not using it, I think they'll be forced to take it down.
Yep.
Right.
Oh,
Mhm.
true.
Yeah.
Um,
Requirement.
So.
Janet,
Go ahead.
how 60 some plus parking spaces going to be replaced that we're taking away total? I mean, what are the plans for, I didn't see that specifically. What are the plans for providing that parking elsewhere?
I think that's what we rely on. We rely on the trolley for. And Mickey mentioned wayfinding signs, and I do know that that has been our downtown parking plan for forever.
We have wayfinding signs. We had a whole program rolled out 10 years ago.
And we
The signs are still there.
and the signs are still there, even
Mhm.
on the freeway to get to downtown.
All over.
I know with the trolley, we're advertising a lot with the trolley and park at the outlet. They're doing that too. I just don't see wayfinding signs at the freeway to tell people to go park at the outlet. I think that is just something that we should not get into. We've got a lot of wayfinding signs to downtown and to the beach access.
Yeah, but parking's really impacted. It has been now, especially now that summer's kicking off and you can't find a spot. And even in the 3-hour lots, the partnership lots with the private and our public sector agreements, it's really challenging because there's so many parking spaces that are taken up, which is great during the pandemic because it helped all these businesses survive. But now we're post-pandemic and we're really affecting negatively the non-restaurant retail businesses. I hear from them and their businesses are suffering because again, now where people are out and the pandemic's behind us and they're not having that ability to have these spaces reserved for their customers. So they're hurting as a result. And I just can't see us doing that post-pandemic. I just think the restaurants need to use their interior space and then allow equitable use of all the parking spaces for those businesses downtown because they're hurting and they'll continue to if we keep this going.
I agree that it is certainly frustrating. I've experienced the same thing Laura's talking about. You can't find a parking spot down there now, and that's just new and frustrating. But I actually really think we'll get more than a few perhaps shutting down their areas now because of this and opening up all of those spots now that you have to put some money towards it. And I'm hoping that will alleviate some of the concerns that you're talking about, Laura.
And Chris,
I do think we need to continue this so that our businesses going into the summer have the opportunity to do the.
I don't see it as a zero-sum game. I totally get the parking thing, and I totally get the restaurants that aren't using their spaces. They need to close it up and take it down. But I also believe that San Clemente has become a bit of a dining destination. It was even mentioned earlier here today. And I truly believe that the restaurants could be driving business right now for the small shops and retailers that are downtown. People are coming downtown and having dinner or having lunch and then shopping as well. So I don't see it as a zero-sum game.
I think that's true. I think that's what Mickey was touching on there too. It is symbiotic in the sense of more business to the restaurants probably does mean ultimately more business, but I think we do need to still be sensitive to the parking issues for folks, especially that are just used to being able to go and park in front of their favorite shop and go shopping, and they're not able to do that. I just hope that this program actually does partially resolve that along with the trolley. I'm wondering if, not to switch, but if people have concerns like I kind of do with some of the seating on the sidewalk itself. It's just, I think that there's enough room with the outdoor dining perhaps to rein in some of the seating and the tables actually on the sidewalks. I know we had a lawsuit, city attorney could probably remind us of, but having to do with that. And I think during the pandemic, it sort of hasn't come up, but now that there is that option for almost everyone to do the outdoor dining. I'm wondering if we need to kind of rein in the tables and the chairs actually on the sidewalk itself.
I actually think that is a good idea, Jonathan. I'm not seeing anyone say anything so far. But, you know, when we're walking past some of these restaurants and some of them that have the tables, it's very difficult to walk through. And I can tell you, I went out to the street in order to walk because I didn't want to walk through there. And so I really think that does need to stop because it stopped me from going to the second block. You know, I just gave up and left.
And it may prohibit or dissuade people from going into a shop or something. It's sort of difficult to navigate the sidewalk in front of there, kind of similar to the signs issue where there's too much out there on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think a little better management of that, you know, if they're going to be out on a deck that they don't have it, you know, we limit the tables on the public right of way as the sidewalk part.
Absolutely.
You know, some of them, it might just mean, I'm thinking of one, it might mean one less table. I don't know if it's really going to make a difference, but people don't want to walk through the tables. It's awkward. Even if there's room for one, you know, and it's on the street, but the one I'm thinking of is by a trolley stop. And I just think it's not in a good place. You know, I think we need to start taking back some of the sidewalk or being very careful or, you know, with the management of it.
Yeah, I think that's a good recommendation. And that's something that I could, if the council wants to add that to the direction, once they are ready to make decision, in the same way that I have added the caveat for the additional operating hour standards, I would add that as an additional operating standard within that license agreement that they agree to not use sidewalk space for those tables.
I can think of one area where tables are not impeding the flow of the foot traffic. That is on El Camino Real.
Oh, right. But that's a bulb out, I think. On El Camino Real, is that not a bulb out, Jonathan? And what we were talking about not using anymore?
Sorry, I didn't hear the name of the restaurant or the location.
El Camino Real, I believe it would probably be the brick.
No,
And is that not a bulb out?
And Rocco's.
Oh,
Yeah, so those are not considered bulb outs. When I'm referring to bulb outs, I'm referring to the landmarks on Del Mar seating areas that are on Avenida Del Mar. Those would be on sidewalk locations. So that would be something that we'd have to address.
But I think on El Camino, there is no on-street outdoor dining. Right?
Correct.
Think of it. So I think what
That's a
I'm
little
talking about is if you already have the outdoor dining option, you can't, let's not have you also have stuff on the sidewalk. But if you don't have any outdoor dining option, perhaps then we could make an accommodation for some sidewalk.
That sounds perfect to me.
Okay.
okay. Is anyone ready to tackle the resolution?
One thing we didn't talk about is the private parking spots, whether there should be some fee associated with that, because even though it's on private property, you're now taking away spots where people would have parked,
I actually thought that was in here. It's under outdoor seating on private
It
property.
is. We haven't
page 4.
we haven't talked about it though.
Okay. It's a parking displacement fee.
Was there a recommendation as to that amount, Jonathan?
So I didn't get into a recommendation for that amount because in discussions with the city attorney, that's going to need to be handled a little bit differently since it's going to affect private properties and through a permitting process. There's some additional review we need to look at to make sure that we're implementing that in the right way. Anything on public property, will be done through a license fee. We own the property. It's going to be easier and quicker to implement that. So really today I'm looking for just initial direction from council, whether they would like us to pursue that further to implement a fee on private property. Staff does recommend that we do that. because it has the same impact. So if you think of restaurants like Pizza Port that are using their parking deck for dining, that does still displace parking that impacts the downtown. So staff is supportive of going that direction.
Madam Mayor, I'll make an attempt at making a motion if we can recommend the fee is not per seat, but $200 per parking space. If that's
Do you
kind of
think-
where we're headed, I'll make the motion.
I'm not opposed to a motion right now. I just would like to. So the governor's order comes to an end, or that will change on June 15th. Maybe we're not quite ready. You know, we've got the question of parking on private property. We've got a couple questions going on. And it's kind of like we're writing, it's pretty complex right now. We're writing this in the dais. Would anyone be opposed to bringing this back on June 15th? Or is that too late?
It wouldn't change anything in the meantime, right?
Yeah,
Use
exactly.
would still continue. without
My
fee.
only issue is I would like to see any
Yeah.
outdoor dining that is not being used. I want to see it packed up. I'm not against looking at modifying putting the payment off, but the ones that are not being used, I think they've got to
They
disband.
gotta go. I agree.
And Jonathan, I don't know how we could do that if we punted this to June 15th.
Well,
Oh, wait a
Mayor-
minute. What meeting is that? What's the date? It's around
June
that time.
15th?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
June
okay,
15th,
it's June
Tuesday,
15th.
June 15th.
Mayor, City Attorney, if I could just
Yes.
interject on that. We're worried about that, and I think Jonathan can get ahead of that with the direction you've given. Another risk, though, in delay would be that your ability for zoning and land use variances could evaporate on the 15th. And then everybody would be in limbo and potentially zoning violation in the meantime. I don't know what motion Councilmember Noblock's going to make. I kind of think I do. And I think we could give you the detail, Steve, if that's okay, about where these gaps might
I was
lie,
gonna make
if
the
you want to
motion
move the
following-
resos.
Following the recommended thing here, but.
Well, I think the city
Mayor Pro
attorney
Tem
was
has
listening to
suggested
it.
we continue some analysis.
Well, I've been convinced otherwise.
Okay, well.
Maybe I can point you to where I think the gaps are. Steve, would that be
Okay,
all
well,
right?
I'm looking at the staff recommendation. I'm looking at modifying point 2 to deal with the parking structure, parking space, and point 7 dealing with temporary taking back the alleyways, the bulb-out areas, and sidewalks.
What are you saying about number 7?
Well, that's.
He's
point number 7,
adding
which is
this-
direct staff to discontinue temporary outdoor operations, programs, uses of alleyways, bulb-out areas for commercial use, and including sidewalks as something
Oh.
we're taking back.
In
Thank you.
cases where there is already outdoor dining available otherwise, right?
Right, they're added where they're in the sidewalk also. So I'd like to hear what the city
If-
attorney has.
If, I think you can do that quite easily, Council and Councilmember Noblock. If you look at page 8B-11, that's where these ideas are embedded. And with regard to the sidewalks and sidewalks with parking spaces being used or not, I think as Jonathan said earlier, the very last part of section 1 gives him the latitude to follow up on your direction just now as directed by the council at its meeting on June 1st. So he'll be able to take these deliberations, I think, and as he goes license by license, do what you just instructed. So I think those logistics are covered. Section 2 has a license fee contemplated at $1 value per chair.
Right.
If you see that text, I
Right.
think what you would say there, Jonathan, was the fee 500 or was it $600 per space?
It was 200 per.
Correct.
Your pardon, 200 per space or proration thereof. That would cover the red curb area, Steve. That's not a full space, but you'd want to get rent on. So that blank would say $200 per parking space or proration thereof. And then I didn't understand, and this will be up to the maker of the motion, whether you intended to seek an operating covenant with these or just let economic forces take their course. If you're paying for it, you're likely to use it, and you wouldn't need Jonathan to seek an operating covenant. But
Well,
if you did want that, we could put that in
Yeah,
section two.
I think Jonathan ought to have some flexibility. I think I've heard a lot of comments that if it's not being used, we need to get it back. So
Okay.
people can park there.
So maybe that could end with section two saying said license agreements may require an operating covenant. And I don't know where you're going, Steve. I didn't mean to get in front of your motion, but from your discussion earlier, I think unless Jonathan corrects me, that lets you enact all the conversations that you were having earlier.
And I heard staff say 8 hours, 6 days. You know, that be used.
For the
I mean,
operating
that's going to
covenant.
be your guidelines.
Mayor Ward and City Attorney Smith, in section 3.2 of the template license agreement, I have already incorporated that language.
Oh, thank you. Then then you wouldn't need that last sentence. Thanks, Jonathan.
So
Can I
Mayor Pro
ask-
Tem, I appreciate what you said, but I think it gives, all we're saying is we're giving Jonathan the right to negotiate these.
Yes, sir.
And I think he's listening to everything that we're saying.
Could I ask Mickey, I don't know if Mickey's comfortable with doing it, speaking on behalf of the businesses in the Downtown Business Association? I'm just
No
wondering
pressure.
if you have any thoughts about whether there might be some in particular restaurants that that might have some trouble with the requirement that they're 6 days a week, 8 hours a day there, or if that's something you think by and large is manageable. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I think that as we're coming into the summer season, that you already have seen some of the restaurants are open more days than they had been previously. So I feel like that many of our restaurants will feel, I imagine, okay with, being open more, and having that time frame only being 8 hours is also very helpful. I do think one area where they could struggle is with paying it all up front, than having to say you need to pay all this money up front to lease these spaces, as opposed to maybe breaking it up into 2 or 3 payments. As they're making hay as the sunshine, they'll be able to, better make those payments to the city.
Okay. That's good.
But understanding it can't be in arrears. If it's going to be a month at a time, it has to be for the net, they pay upfront. It can't be in arrears, because we can't be collecting something in arrears
Typically,
and letting them use that out.
Mayor, typically what we would do is through our accounts receivable department, we would invoice those individuals and they would have a net 30 days to pay that within 30 days of the billing, which would be standard operating procedure. So going forward, they'd have, a monthly bill with, the 30 days to remit their payment.
So what is the mechanism of how the city could collect if they choose not to pay? They've used it for a month and they have 30 days to pay, and they decide not to pay. How would we in this program collect that?
Through the accounts receivable department, once we invoice them and they don't pay their bill, that would go through the typical collections process with the city. They'd receive another notice. There would be delinquency calculated on the remit amount, and after a certain period of time, then it would be referred to our collection agency.
Okay.
Would we
And if
be-
somebody doesn't pay and they want to keep that outdoor dining, do we have a mechanism to make them take it down?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we would use code enforcement. So again, the first action would be trying to get corrective action for compliance, not enforcement. After a period of time of asking for them to correct the action, if they didn't, they would be subject to a citation by our code department.
Okay. I'm just thinking ahead. I'm not expecting that to happen, but I just want to make sure, because this is such a temporary program, that we're thinking about that.
I'm going to tell you, I think one of the pushbacks we'll get on 6 days, I agree with 6 days. I think we need to stick with 6 days. But I think some restaurants will push back on the 6 days, saying we can't get staff, we can't get employees to come back. So I think we need to be prepared for that pushback by certain restaurants.
Then we might need to, Jonathan, maybe you'd be able to balance then. Maybe they don't need the outdoor dining and they can,
Right.
they can use all their indoor tables if that's the case. We really want this used if we're going to use up the parking spaces.
Correct. And I've continued to hear that from the council. And I think that is a clear standard that that, we're implementing through this program, should council ratify this. And then the businesses have that opportunity. There are, some labor challenges right now. I understand that. But also, we're setting a time frame in advance, and there's some time to hire and get going. Again, though, using those spaces, if they're not being well utilized, I think it's the city's interest to return that to parking.
Does anyone, do you want to attempt the resolution?
I'll
I
give
think
a
we have
shot.
to read it.
I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
I recommend that I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 21-18 entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, proclaiming a local emergency regarding economic stabilization and recovery from the impacts of the coronavirus pandemic. Number 2, establish a monthly rental fee in the amount of $200 per parking space, which may be can't read my writing, maybe prorated, thank you. Maybe prorated, and that and may require a operating covenant as well. 3, establish standard hours of operation requirements for dining areas and public property. 4, provide preliminary direction regarding a fee for parking that is displayed on private property to be reviewed for adoption at a future meeting. 5, adopt resolution 21-19 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, directing the Director of Emergency Services to extend certain zoning related small business assistance strategies and implement license agreements with participating businesses. 6, authorize the Economic Development Officer to execute the temporary license agreements and participate with participating restaurants in consultation with the city attorney with a term beginning on June 15th, 2021 and not extending beyond November 15, 2021. 7, direct staff to discontinue the temporary outdoor operations programs use of sidewalks, alleyways, and boulevard areas for commercial use.
Scott, did you listen? I kind of threw in 3, the hours of operation, I think in number 2. Sure. But
Yeah, we
did
know
we
where to
get that?
find that. That'll be in the license itself.
Okay,
Mhm.
great. So the motion by Councilmember Noblock.
And just on number 4, so just to solidify, we are asking the city attorney to go back and look at options to charge for the private parking.
It'll be a
Yes.
mitigation fee for offloading private parking. And Jonathan and I have scoped that, and we'll have that right back to you.
It'll come back at a future meeting.
And did we address the payments monthly?
I think it says monthly.
I think it's in the agreements that Jonathan had.
But
He's pretty.
I thought it
he
was
had
it
in
was
there.
payment up front was the recommended.
I mentioned that, but the city manager mentioned that it's standard for the city to give people 30 days to pay. We could, I don't know if we could change that. That's our standard.
It's within your
revenue.
purview. It's just our normal payment terms are net 30. You could do net 15, so 15 days upon the invoice they have to pay. It's at the council's discretion, but just standard operating for us is net 30.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Eric. I think the question is,
Yeah.
are they having to prepay from June 15th
Right.
to November 15th?
Or are they getting
Oh, the
monthly
entire amount.
Or
invoices?
month to month?
That's up to the council. Jonathan, do you have a recommendation on that methodology?
Sure. There's 2 pieces to this question that you've heard tonight. So one is it would be easier for businesses probably to incrementally pay. On the staff impact, there would be a greater impact to set up a recurring payment process with those different businesses, as opposed to receiving a one-time payment from them. So we will implement whichever you choose.
Monthly.
Okay, yeah, monthly and with the standard 30 days, just to make it easier, because let's not try and add in an extra challenge. Okay, with that, I'll second. I think that covers everything.
All right, so motion by Councilmember Noblock and a second by Councilmember Duncan.
Councilmember Duncan,
I
Councilmember Ferguson,
No,
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-0. Or 4-1.
Madam Mayor, a point
Yes.
of order, we're at 10:55. Just to-
Okay, I would greatly not like to go past 11.
can I remove something off the agenda for tonight?
Let's start talking about that. Madam Clerk, is that proper procedure? We can start looking at what we can eliminate?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Mayor Pro
So,
Tem.
you know, because we have not had an opportunity to speak with RMV, Rancho Mission Viejo,
Oh.
on the Los Patronos Parkway, I would make a motion that we punt item 9B, initiation of general plan amendment for the removal of the Los Patronos Parkway from the roadway system map. Punt that until June 15th.
June
Next
15th.
next meeting, 2 weeks from tonight. If you,
We don't have a meeting until after June 15th. We have a meeting on June 26th, City Manager?
15th
No,
is our
June
next.
15th is our next council meeting.
No, but
Oh,
our
you're talking about
next
the
working
stakeholder
group
meeting.
meeting.
Our stakeholder meeting is for June 21st.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. We don't have a meeting, a
Oh.
working group meeting till June 21st.
To be after the working group meeting.
So we should punt it to, I think, the second meeting in August, because we don't
I'm
meet
fine
the
with that.
first meeting in August. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to put it off any longer, but I think that would be safe. Since I think it's the first meeting in August, we are not meeting. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? I know
No,
we took
for-
one of them off.
second meeting of July.
The first meeting in July and first meeting in August were canceled.
Okay. So that would make it the second meeting of August.
Which
We
is
didn't put them
August
together, Mayor
17th.
Pro Tem. They weren't together.
Oh,
We took off 4th of July and then we
That's
took
right.
off
So-
1st of August.
So it would be my motion to move item 8B to August
17th.
17th.
Second by Councilmember Noblock.
I will just say we have a speaker card. Did you want to hear that while they're here or not?
Yeah, let's hear it. The council, is that okay? All right.
Okay, Amanda Kitnia. Amanda? That's just
Well, I don't think there's anyone in the other room.
I saw her come in with a speaker card, but I haven't
Yeah.
seen her since.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
Okay, so the motion is to
Uh,
defer that item to the council meeting of August 17th.
Yes.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
So, City Manager, would there be a problem with deferring the parking enforcement for Maxburg Park?
No, that's not time sensitive. We could bring it back at the next council meeting.
So I make a motion to, on item F, parking enforcement methods around Maxburg Park, to defer that till the June 15th meeting.
Second. Second by Mayor Ward.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And it
So-
carries 5-0.
I believe then we just have 9A. Is that correct?
9C as well.
9C, hold on. Where do you see this?
That's the ordinance on unsuccessful.
Oh, you know, I would like to punt that also unless council would like to vote on it.
It's been counted before. I can be very brief on this issue if I could just. You know, staff slides and so forth.
Well, we need to vote whether we're going to consider it or not.
What's on the agenda?
I'm, I don't mind taking a vote on it if you would like to take a vote on it tonight.
Yeah, I'd like to have it. I think we can get to it very, very quickly.
Okay, so let's do 9A. We've got a half hour.
I'll
Oh,
make a
well.
motion to approve warrant register and payroll register.
And I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 4-1.
Thank you. Okay, so 9C.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, this was an item that I brought up. It just deals with the fees that relate to people that have an appeal. Staff has provided a lot of detail, and I appreciate that. There's some concern that it's equitable to have a fee of some sort. So what I'd like to do is recommend that we simply vote tonight to eliminate that ordinance. Two-part. Number one, eliminate the ordinance. Number two, ask staff to come back at our next meeting with a recommendation on an appropriate fee for.
Well, I would ask what the need is to eliminate the ordinance now if you're asking for staff to come back with a fee.
Well, that
Why
can be
not
done-
just
that
punt
can
it
be
to
done-
next
that
meeting?
can be done by resolution, doesn't need to be done by ordinance. Just be a simple resolution to oppose it.
But it was created as an ordinance.
That's true. And
So
I-
you're asking for us to eliminate the ordinance
Correct.
altogether?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second?
Second,
Well, I'm a little, so
You could simply punt this to the next one
I would
and
modify
come
them,
back with a
but then
fee.
we have to cut and paste a bunch of things. I don't know. Need to do that. I think it was just limit the ordinance and have the city manager come back with. a recommendation on a fee.
we can't hear Councilmember Noblock at all.
I'm sorry,
Oh, sorry.
pardon me. Again, to
I'm
avoid
sorry.
the time of going through the ordinance to take out the language that deals with the fee and the formulas. My recommendation is simply to eliminate the ordinance and have the city manager come back with a recommendation on an appropriate fee for appeals.
Okay, so before we have any second on that, I would ask the council not to vote for that because that ordinance was created because of abuse of our hearing system. And it was totally set up to make it so that the council could, on multiple citations, we could merge them into one. We had an applicant who did not want to do that. His name is Brad Malamud. He worked for the outlet mall. He would not do that, and he kept appealing every single signed citation and then appealing them again, and we had multiple hearings. So you're asking for that to get eliminated, and I'm going to urge the council to not do that. Because there's definitely a reason why we did it. It's worked well. If you want to discuss modifying the fee, I think that's something that you can talk to council about or to the staff
My
about.
response is simply property owners can object to what the city has done without it being frivolous or.
And
in-
we
or
work
in-
with
or
property
inappropriate.
owners. And we work with them all the time, but if it actually got to a hearing, I can guarantee you that there was a reason why it finally got to a hearing. And I just think it opens it up for abuse, and I'm questioning why you would want to even bring that up.
Well, I don't think there's been an abuse. When it was passed, I spoke on it, and I noticed that there was zero output from the request from the community. There was no abuse. Some staff members, some city council members may have thought it was abusive, but a private property owner had a legitimate fee.
Oh, it was very abusive.
It's name calling to call it abuse.
Well,
Oh.
I would say that regardless of the reasoning for why it was implemented in the past, we've been given a presentation in the staff report that shows, well, frankly, it shows very few people exercise their right of appeal. Now that's a good thing on one side that saves staff time, but it's also perhaps not what we would like to see, because we would like people with legitimate claims to bring them forward and not feel like they can't because it costs too much. So I would like to see us revisit this again. If it's abused again, we could go back if necessary. It does sound like it was one particular situation, and I just think that in our system, we don't sort of charge people to exercise their rights of appeal as a general matter. And I just feel kind of uncomfortable that we have so few appeals going forward with the current system. So
But I don't know that that's because of the system. I think it's because, and city manager, please help me. I think it's because it's how staff works with the people that we don't have the appeals.
Well, that would
And
still
I
be the
know of
case,
all
though.
these that we're working them out.
To save time, it's 5 after 11. It's a two-part motion.
Well, and
made the motion in.
I think this is a huge issue that you shouldn't just
I don't
say,
want to do
get
this
rid
at
of it.
11:05. Can we just punt the whole, and I understand we punted it once, but can we just punt it to June 15th and look at the whole situation?
Right, then I would say if we are going to do that, then I would ask for the votes to have staff prepare that schedule of fees, including an informa pauperis provision for folks who don't have the money to put up the fee, so that we would have a recommended fee schedule available to vote on at the next meeting. Is that?
I like that, but also, Mr. Sund, what amount of staff time is going into this, implement this ordinance? Because we've received only less than $4,000 total, right, in fees levied, okay? That's the total finalist hearing fees, I should say, levied to date is less than 4,000 for 2 hearings that were held. But what are we paying, like staff, to implement this ordinance? Anything? To administer it, because we're not getting a good return on our investment if we're spending thousands more than this in staff to implement an ordinance that very few people are using.
So Councilmember Ferguson, I'm not quite clear on your question. Are you asking how much does it cost for the staff to administer an appeal?
This ordinance, say, how much is it costing us, right, at the city level to administer any of this program here, anything at all under this ordinance?
Which, just for clarification, administering the ordinance.
Like, it doesn't look like many people went forward. How much staff time has been going into talking to these people, meeting with them, those that have, say, changed their mind and not gone forward of these 22 appeal hearing fee deposits?
So and I think I understand your question now. So before it gets to an appeal process, how much staff time is going into seeking corrective action with the applicant before it gets to an appeal? Is that the question?
Right, if you can quantify that.
I would defer to Adam Atamian, our code compliance manager, who is on and can assist with that. Adam, did that question make sense?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Adam Atamian, Code Compliance Manager and Park Ranger Manager. So that varies greatly on the type of case that we have. Some cases are a type of issue where we immediately issue a citation. That citation could be immediately appealed. Others are like zoning violations specifically, can take a significant amount of staff time to research. And then there's a necessary correction period that we have to provide to applicants. So it naturally will protract the case weeks, if not months, before we get to the point where we're actually issuing citations. As far as some of the other questions that I heard, if I can just respond to those quickly, the number of appeals that we received are consistent with the amount of appeals we've received previously. So the fee itself does not preclude people from wanting to exercise their appeal. We typically issue about the same number of citations and we receive about the same number of appeals. What's gone down is the tremendous amount of staff time necessary to deal with the appeals. And the general cost of the appeals is consistent to a degree. It's generally about $1,400 to $1,600 average. And a lot of those are to uphold a $100 citation. We're typically very successful. And so most of these appeals are just an expense that all taxpayers are burdened with. And that's the point of that fee.
That's a lot to charge. I mean, considering to file in court's only $450, but we're charging, what was it, $1,400 to $1,600? I mean, it seems pretty punitive to me.
Well, there's no charge if they are successful. One of the nice things about the appeal hearing fee is that it does bring people to the table to discuss the matter with staff once they have an understanding of exactly what the appeal is about. A lot of the issues that we had started when we realized that people were coming to these appeal hearings and their initial case was, yes, I did this, but I don't think I should have to pay the fee. And that's generally a non-winning strategy when it comes to an appeal. We'd rather have them talk at the table than pay a hearing officer. You know, the hearing that we had this year, the last one we had this year, was like 9 hours long. Just the appeal hearing officer's time was like $1,700.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
We can't hear you, Councilmember Noblock. Can you speak in your mic, please? Thanks.
I say we haven't had a motion to go past 11. I was hoping we could do this in the minute
I
at
was
11.
too.
I was mistaken.
Yeah.
I would support Duncan's comment request to continue this, along with staff coming back with a recommendation on appropriate fee. And I would close my comments by saying your comment, Madam Mayor, about Brad Malamud. Brad Malamud is a lawyer who represents a property owner. The property owners make decisions and direct their lawyers to do what they want them to do. This is not an anti-Brad Malamud issue. It's a.
I was
fairness
bringing
issue.
it up the matter to let the council know what happened and to give information. And it was abused at the time. And
well,
so I was part of
that
the
was
council that
the
was asked
city's-
to make
That was
that.
the city's position. I don't believe it was the property owner's position. and it was
Well,
just
I
why made
believe,
the-
Steve,
this
weren't
motion.
you part of working for the outlet mall and you
Yes, I
were,
was.
wait a minute, but you were part of the when we settled that matter, were you not part of meeting with our ad hoc from the city council on this?
What's that got to do with anything?
Just that you were part of the settlement on this and
Yes.
and
yes.
participated.
It saved the city, it's probably saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars and probably close to $1 million in legal fees that would have been requested.
Well,
had
see,
we
but
gone
I
to
remember
trial.
waiving about 700,000 in fees that were run up that didn't need to be run up. So
Can we
I
vote?
do remember.
Call for the
Yeah.
question.
So the motion is to just, or direction is to just continue this to the next time with bring back a fee, but also bring back what cut, did you call that? fee?
The provision in form of papyrus provision, so that for folks that don't have, that can prove they don't have the money for the fee, that fee would be waived in that case.
And let us know kind of how that would be funded or what fund that would come from.
And we would come back with something similar to our water bill account, which allows people that have a hardship, an economic hardship to complete. And so we could bring that back to the council.
Very good.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone for oral communications part 2?
We do.
Do we need to vote on?
Yeah,
Well,
that
do we
was-
need
the
to vote
motion-
if we hear that or
I
not?
think it'd
'Cause-
be better. The motion was by Councilmember Duncan and second by Councilmember Noblock. Okay. Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
And Madam Clerk, if we decided that we were only going to go with the rest of the items that we just talked about, do we take oral communications part 2?
Well, I think what you decided were the ones you weren't going to consider. So oral communications is still on, correct?
Okay.
Shelley Moore. Okay, all right. City manager,
I have nothing to update. Thank you.
city attorney,
I'm good tonight, thanks.
council members.
I have an item.
Please go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I just have one item, and I'd hope to get a second to agendize the discussion of a bronze plaque for the naming of the visionaries and founders of Courtney Sandcastle Universal Playground, Lori and Spencer Shelton. Do I have any support to place that on the June 15th agenda for discussion?
Laura, I believe that all came to council in an email, the circumstances of that.
I'm allowed to agendize something if I get a second. I can place it on the agenda without discussion tonight.
You know, I'll second that. I've had a
Thank
lot
you.
of discussion with Ms. Shelton, and I think that needs to be, that's a situation needs to be cleared up.
But don't you think it could
Thank
be
you.
cleared up in private without taking up council time? I mean, it should be discussed with staff, with those people first.
It's been discussed as of 2 years ago, if you saw her emails. We can't get into it tonight, but this all started out these communications in 2018. So enough time has passed. And fortunately, it's to this position that it's risen to us. And I'd like to agendize it if I can get support from one other member.
These are the type of things that should not come straight.
Mayor Ward, please, let's see if one of the members of the council would like to support me in talking about this and deciding upon that.
But yeah,
There's no cost to us. It's already their support to fund this. So it's just a discussion to allow it to happen. If I have any support for that to place on the agenda for June 15th, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I have one thing. And this is a difficult.
Was
I
that a
just-
second though?
Oh, we got vote. We need a vote.
Well, I just didn't hear you. Did you second adding
did.
that item to the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I have one thing. I'm surprised I'm struggling with it. Bill Hart. I would like to make a motion. I don't know whether we need to agendize this or whether we can approve it tonight, but I would like to make a motion for the city as a result of all his services. No one dedicated more time to the city than Bill Hart, and truly personified the word gentleman. That the city pay for and place a bench in his memory on the beach trail, and that the placement of that would be in consultation between city staff and Mrs. Hart.
So yeah, I don't think you can debate this tonight, but you could certainly have it. on your next
Yeah,
agenda.
agendize it.
So I'm going to agendize it for.
Okay. And bring back the circumstances that, how the bench came to be for Stephanie Dory.
Yeah, so that's a good,
Bring
good
that back.
segue, Mayor. If I can get 3 to give us direction, we can draft a staff report that touches on the history of Stephanie Dory's placement, as well as a recommendation that aligns with Mayor Pro Tem Jean James.
And in the meantime, if Samantha or you could have a discussion with Mrs. Hart, and part of what you bring back to us is the placement of that bench.
Absolutely.
Bring back, because I don't know if that was a sponsor type arrangement or not. So
From what I've heard, we, the city, initiated that for Stephanie Dory from her passing, but we'll bring that back in the staff report.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. That's all I have.
So, and have staff weigh in on that placement?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
I have just one thing. I must be a glutton for punishment, but we had the comment tonight. I'm going to ask that we bring back Bieber versus James for a determination as to whether council will support the additional. I think we're at an arbitration. Is that it? Binding arbitration in that matter. So I think I'm just looking for a second, right, to get it on the agenda. Is that right?
Yeah, and it can't be Councilmember James for obvious
Yeah.
reasons. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So I'd ask Councilmember Noblock, would you consider seconding that for us to have a discussion?
As you know, because I recuse myself because I'm a witness in the case, probably wouldn't be appropriate for me to do that. And
We can't hear you, Councilmember Noblock.
sorry. Yeah, I'll leave that to you, Madam Mayor.
So I would ask Mr. Smith, if you could opine, he's saying that he's a witness in it, but could he just be present for us to be able to have a discussion?
Well, I could do anything, Madam Mayor, but as an attorney, I have a canons of ethics that require me to exercise independent judgment discretion on cases. If I'm called as a witness in that case and have to testify about a number of things, and I've taken other positions and issues relating to the lawsuit, I'm automatically conflicted one way or the other, either for the defense or for the plaintiff, and I'm trying to avoid that. I understand the dilemma that Mayor Pro Tem is in with not getting a quorum.
What's the dilemma for our council? It just doesn't affect the Mayor Pro Tem, it affects the entire city council that we can't have a quorum. And that we have 2 council members that will not be present in order for us to have that quorum. It's never happened before. We've never had a council that would not consider talking about something or indemnifying the city, and certainly not another city council member. It's just never happened. So, I'll second it to bring it up, but, I'm just not seeing any. I'll gladly agendize it with you, but I'm just not seeing any cooperation from two of our council members to be present. If we were at a regional meeting for the toll road or the fire authority or anyone, we would do everything that we could to provide a quorum so that an item could go forward and they could meet.
Well, Mayor Ward, the insurance company already denied this 3 times. Okay, so I don't know why you keep pressing for this.
We need to be able to have a quorum so that the city council can consider an appeal. That's simply all we need to do. Would you agree to participate in that?
No, you know where I stand. I've said it over and over again, multiple times.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing a. Do you want it agendized?
Let's agendize it.
All right, I'll second that. Okay, so that's it. I don't have any items. I gave my item earlier on with the Coastal Commission. That's my only request. So Madam Clerk, number 12. I don't think we have any resolutions.
There are no resolutions and ordinances, so you're at adjournment.
Okay, so I'll move to adjourn to an adjourned regular meeting to be held on, are we going to change that June 7th?
Undecided at this point.
Okay. So should I just adjourn to the June 8th?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm going to adjourn to a adjourned regular meeting, which will be held on June 8th, 2021 at 6:00 p.m. for the purpose of interviewing and making appointments to the Planning Commission. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Calle Seville, San Clemente. Council determine whether the June 8th meeting and interviews will be conducted in person or via Zoom. So what is your pleasure on Planning Commission interviews? Zoom or in person? If they were, they would be here if they were in person. Laura, do you have an opinion on?
Just thinking, did I miss something here? Because we have the budget workshop, June 7th. Did I miss that?
A council member has a conflict on June 7th. So
Conflict.
try and reschedule that.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, June 8th for the planning. Planning commissioner meetings at 6:00. Yes, I could do that. Thank you.
Okay, so
that will be in person.
And in the past, we have not televised interviews. Do you want
Okay.
that to continue?
Yes, I would. I would like that not to be. done.
Okay.
But the public is allowed?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
they can
yes,
come
it's
here,
open.
just have not advertised. People are nervous.
Right. And so the next regular city council meeting is scheduled to take place on June 15th, 2021. Closed session items will be considered at 5:00 in person, and the regular business meeting will commence at 6:00. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Calle Seville, San Clemente.
And I think we may have a problem with the Monday budget meeting because that was advertised as a public hearing.
Oh, it can just be posted with a notice of adjournment.
Okay.
and-
All right. Okay.
So you don't need anything more from us?
No.
No, he's okay. with
Okay,
it.
so we need a second for adjournment.
Madam Mayor, if I could back up before that motion's passed, one quick thing on the council member comments. I'm going to be out of state most of the latter part of June. We had a subcommittee for negotiating with the employee unions. That subcommittee has changed, and I think probably with my schedule, I'd like it to change some more. So I need to probably back off that subcommittee. And Madam Mayor, ask if you or Council Member Ferguson could be part of that subcommittee with Councilman Duncan.
Oh, it was just you?
It was
that
going to
on
be
it?
Jean and me.
Yeah, I
and
thought
then
it was Jean and-
Passed to me. Now Steve is saying he'd like to pass to.
Yeah.
I can do it.
You passed it? I didn't know
Yeah,
you passed.
it was Steve and me, and then Chris asked to be on it. and I
Right.
said, okay, fine. But I can go back on it.
Okay, so it'll be you and Chris.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, my-
Thank you
my
for that
schedule in
notice.
June, I don't want
Okay,
to miss meetings and so forth.
all right, so we need a second to that adjournment.
Second.
All right, second by Councilmember Duncan.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.